Yeah, it's starting now. Okay, just a second. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. Hello, good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is doing great. I'll be starting the session in just 2 more minutes. Okay, everyone, let's begin. So today is the day 2 for this training. Some of the students are requesting some of the students are requesting prayer time break or maybe start a little bit late on this. So guys, Toronto Maghrib prayer time is 6:32, 6:32. So and the time is going back. So I mean, next week it will be 6:25, and then next to next week it will be more back. So we can start our class on the same time, 6:30. Okay, so it's already 6:42. I'll start with a quick review what we have covered last yesterday, and then we will move forward. So if anyone has any questions in regards to the previous lecture, let me know. And you have the chat window, and the best way to attend the training is by connecting through your phone for audio and your presentation through your laptop. So, okay. So, one more time. Today we are starting with day two of uh, AWS Certified Solution Architect Associate Training, and we are reviewing from yesterday. Okay, let me fix that. So in day one, what did we cover? We discussed about the cloud in general. And what we have covered from yesterday is that cloud is nothing but a huge big operating system that you need to become an expert of, and you need to become an expert of. It's a huge, big operating system. I mean, if anyone can manage a laptop and anyone can manage a computer, anyone can learn cloud and can manage a cloud as well. The only thing is that we need to go step by step and start learning these services at a time, and to make it easier for us. All these cloud providers have made up these certifications, made up the certification. So there is associate level certification, there is an architect level certification. So our first step in the cloud market will be associate level, or not the foundation, actually the admin level certification. Uh, so with the cloud, always remember that cloud is a huge big operating system. So if we can manage a laptop, and by the way, this session is being recorded, and the recording will be provided to all of you, all of the class students who are registered. So in a laptop, what do we need to manage? So what are we trying to understand? We are reviewing our lecture from yesterday. If you have any question at all, you may ask, type your question in the chat window, or you can unmute your mic and most welcome to ask any question. So in a laptop, it has an operating system, and laptop also has a CPU inside, and you start using the laptop. Most of the time, we don't even worry about the hardware of a laptop. So this is one thing that resembles, among many other things, one thing that resembles between laptop and a cloud is that we don't worry about the hardware. We start using the laptop for our for different services like internet, like making documentation and so on. So exactly in the same case, cloud is the same service. We don't worry about the hardware. So hardware that the cloud is made up of. So what is the hardware the cloud is made up of? Today we'll be looking at what is the hardware behind this? How many data centers are there that Azure has? And what is in the data centers? How many servers are being managed in this data center? But But for all of the cloud offering, we don't need to worry about the hardware in the background. So question for everyone, many people have joined in at the moment. Are you able to hear my voice properly? Please type yes in the chat window. Okay, thank you. Okay, walaikum assalam, Majbeen. And Abdul said there was a drop earlier. So drop of a voice. Okay. Uh, okay, thank you everyone. Drop of a voice if Abdul is saying that there was a drop earlier. As I said before, I think if everyone is able to hear my voice clearly, then there shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Yes. So for that, if you're experiencing drops again and again, so that is mostly that might be from your end. Please check your internet as well, and it happens. So from my side, I make sure that. I have a separate internet for these trainings, number one. Number two, I also have a special mic that can clear the voice and can, it can, the surrounding voice, it can drop the surrounding, the extra noise as well. But in any case, I mean, this is a machinery. If if you feel like anytime lag or voice drop, or extra noise, just let me know. Okay. Uh, okay, everyone, let's begin. Let's begin our journey in becoming a cloud admin. So, cloud admin, guys. Becoming a cloud admin is not that difficult. It is a combination of three things. It's a combination of three things. Number one, you have to have strong understanding of all of the services, and becoming a excuse me, becoming a cloud admin, so we need to go through that first certification. This certification, the certification that we are going through, SAA C02. And so in that, we need to have proper understanding of concepts, number one, and number two, strong hands-on. Strong hands-on. And number three, certification. So we started with the review of yesterday's lecture, and so we discussed about the cloud in general. So cloud is nothing but a huge big operating system, just like a notebook or a tablet or a smartphone that we use. We don't worry about the hardware. We just use the software and the services in cloud. So first thing is we don't worry about the hardware. And the cloud is made up of huge big data centers. So what we need to do, we need to know how to manage this cloud. Now, why do we need to manage the cloud? Because many companies are already in the cloud. So companies like Netflix is, everyone knows Netflix. Companies like eBay, Amazon itself, they all have all their services and applications sitting in the cloud. Now, what is so special about the cloud? The special thing about the cloud are is their end users. So since there are these famous huge big services connected to the cloud, all the end users, like people like us who are using Netflix services, we also use Amazon.com for buy and sell, and eBay.com, and many millions of sites that we use. They are all hosted in cloud, and they need cloud admin and cloud architect to manage these services. Okay, so we discussed about the cloud in general. Now, when we talk about the cloud, cloud, there are three service models of cloud and three types of cloud in general. So first one is public cloud. Number two is private cloud. And number three is hybrid cloud. And likewise, we have three different cloud offerings, and those are IaaS, and we discussed that yesterday, and PaaS and SaaS. So guys, these six things, we shouldn't have any doubt about these six services. I'll be keep on repeating the most important things that you will be facing in interviews. Number one, and the services that normally the IT managers expect from a cloud admin. So these six services, they should be on your fingertips. Number one, and your concept should be crystal clear about public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, and IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS services. Then we talked about AWS cloud in general. Okay, we also talked about certification. We also talked a little bit about the Azure cloud. We created our 1-year free tier account in AWS. Noshin asked the question, how hard is getting a job into cloud now? Um, so I would say at this point, at this moment, when we are going through COVID situation for the last like around when since COVID started, the cloud market went down, and all of the projects, most of the projects throughout the world were in hung state, and now they are starting again, and eventually they have to come back. So before, when we used to get like 2 or 3 calls per week, and now so in the last few months, it was just few emails. I mean, it was emails during the weeks. They were and the reason was, and the reason is because all the companies have stopped their new projects, and that affects the hiring, just like the COVID affected all other types of hiring. But now it's again catching up, and now companies are starting these projects again. Now. Starting these projects. So starting these projects, is it something like luxury to these organization? I mean, would they like to do the project just for the pleasure? No, they need to go into cloud. I mean, this is a necessity nowadays, moving into cloud, because half of the networks were already in the cloud, next half is going into the cloud. So going back to your question, how hard is it to get a job in a cloud market? I would say if you're certified, you also have a strong hands-on in cloud, your concepts are clear, you should be able to get a job in, let's say, in maximum a month, or maybe 6 weeks. So you should be, and market is huge in this. Um so you're most welcome. Sayed asked the question, actually cloud jobs are there. I got 4 to 6 calls every day. Wow. Yes. Yeah, that is true. It's not even an exaggeration. So cloud jobs are there. Uh, so right here, before cloud computing, so this next slide is, again, we discussed that from yesterday. Before cloud computing, we used to buy a stack of servers, and that was expensive. Any organization that is starting new, they would need to buy they would need to buy stack of server that will be very, very expensive, and then setting them up in a data center and then maintaining them. So that was a huge, big hassle. And then keeping the peak traffic in mind by more servers. So not so then as their services starts growing, then they need to expand their networks, and plus they have to monitor and maintain maintenance of the server as well. So that is for that they have to they use, I mean, they still need the staff to manage to manage the cloud data center. But before in the cloud, there were more and more requirement of hiring staff and maintaining this huge big data centers, and it was quite expensive. I mean, more than expensive. I would say, in reality, as being an architect in these for the last few years. I mean, I've seen that the job market for the IT professional, I mean, it seems like when the companies are moving into cloud, there will be less and less job market for IT professional. Why? Because people think that since cloud is so convenient for organizations, they don't need to hire IT staff. But in reality, this is not true. In reality, this is not true because okay, just a second. Someone needs access. Just a second here. So without the cloud, I mean, without a cloud, not normal environment are number one expensive. Okay, so more than expensive, it is complex. It's about complexity in physical data centers. So complexity of management in the physical data center, I would say the charges are almost the same at the moment managing a cloud environment and managing their services within the cloud as well. There might be 70-30 difference, 70% and 30% in cost saving. But the reason why companies are moving into cloud is because of simplicity in cloud, because companies now, they don't need to worry about the infrastructure. Before, companies would need to worry about the infrastructure if the infrastructure was failing, if the infrastructure was slow. I mean, just take an example of ebay.com, if or take an example of any bank. Banks are in cloud as well. So any bank, and there are people who are making transactions. There are people who are making transaction on banks, sending money, receiving money, uh, and then withdrawing cash, making transactions, buying stuff. If these banking servers are slow, so I'm just talking about slow, not disconnected, then definitely it would affect how users are using their services. I mean, if the bank servers are slow, so how many ways we are connected to the bank? So we are connected to the bank through the website, number one. We are connected to the bank through ATM machines. Other than that, there are many, many other ways. Other than that, you are making online transactions from many different websites. So for that, banking infrastructure needs to be up and running 24/7. So in cloud, now banks, they don't have to worry about the complete infrastructure. Why? Because now this infrastructure is being handled by masters like Microsoft. So everything is with Microsoft. The complete infrastructure is AWS responsibility. Complete infrastructure is Google responsibility in terms of infrastructure. And that's a huge, huge savings on the company side. So in doing that, in going through the cloud transitions, many companies won't even worry about the finances. Would they be able to save anything? They are happy that how their infrastructure is being highly available all the time when users are connected to their services. So for that reason, even if at any point when a cloud the cloud transformation or the cloud migration of these organizations becomes expensive, I would say companies would still go into the cloud environment because of simplicity, because of quick services, because of many features that cloud is offering to these organizations. So sometimes people might ask, my cloud is very expensive. It is more expensive than my physical environment. Uh, uh, th- but there are so many other features, there are so many other advantages in moving into cloud that some companies won't even look at the cost. They would pay millions of dollars to AWS, Microsoft to keep their services in the cloud because it is all being managed from their side. Okay, and I would keep that. So disadvantages of physical environment is the setup is very expensive. The physical data center, why companies are moving into cloud, it is very expensive. Number two, troubleshooting problems can be tedious and may conflict with other businesses, other business role. This is, we just discussed that the physical data centers are complex. And since the traffic is varying, your servers will be idle most of the time. And that's another huge disadvantage in physical data center, that not your complete infrastructure is not used 100%. If the company like a huge big telecom, Bell Canada, if they, I mean, they have anywhere from 8,000 to 20,000. I mean, so many years back when I worked for them, like 15 years back, their infrastructure at that 15 years back, they had like 8,000 servers. And now in a physical data center company like Bell, and I've worked for other large big telecom companies, they easily have like anywhere from 15 to 20,000 servers. And the problem is, on one side it's expensive, and on the other side it's not 100% used. Okay, so thank you, Sayed, for these two beautiful lines. I know that there is when you can draw on the screen as well, but the and it's open for everyone. So thank you. I know you did it accidentally, but it's fine. Okay, so no need to apologize. Sometimes I think this is enabled in these meetings if you need to ask any specific question on any specific point. Okay, so what is the advantage of cloud, guys? We are reviewing from yesterday. And so advantage is put your data on the cloud servers and no more buying expensive servers. Scalability. So you don't need to buy expensive servers. You can rent them. In cloud, everything is rented, everything is leased. uh, Everything is leased. So secondly, scalability is so easy in cloud. Yesterday we discussed auto scaling in cloud. Auto scaling in cloud is you have one server working. So let's say you're working for this you're working for an e-commerce website, kgg.com, or maybe a job recruitment website like monsters.com. And currently users are sitting. So what are we trying to understand? Scalability. Guys, why we keep on discussing the same concepts again and again from yesterday till now? The reason is that this all information should be available in our mind all the time. When you go for interviews, they are interested in that, why are we moving into cloud? Why do you think that our services are in cloud? And why do you think that cloud is important? So these are all of the points that should be available all the time in our mind, and this should like be naturally coming out, the advantages and disadvantages of physical environment. Your question might be, now the companies already know the benefits of cloud. Why would they be interested in for hiring someone and need to make sure that if that resource or that person is fully if is is fully trained in cloud environment. So I mean, it is very important for me as an IT manager to know that the person that I'm hiring is, number one, understands the benefit of a cloud. Number two is, if you can understand the benefits and advantages of a cloud, you will be able to kind of understand all of the services as well. So scalability is a huge selling point in cloud. So we were talking about a site called ebay.com, and also remember the holiday season. In the holiday season, when people are connecting to these websites to buy and sell stuff in cloud, it can automatically scale out. So we call it scaling out. It can add these servers automatically with the load. And also the second good thing is it can also reduce the load as well. So, and in cloud, since you're pay as you go, the more servers you are using, you will be paying according to the number of resources. Whereas if your infrastructure is reduced, let's say after 2 weeks, you won't be paying that much. And this scalability, this flexibility, this luxury we don't have in the physical environment. And the last one is your cloud provider will manage your servers and hence no worry about underlying infrastructure. And that's another huge big advantage for all of the companies. This is where I said that I worked for few organization and they don't even worry about the amount that they were paying to Microsoft or to AWS to host their server, since they were very happy that they don't have to manage infrastructure. Number one, that they don't have to manage their infrastructure. Number two, Number two is that this infrastructure was so highly available that so Microsoft and AWS and Google, all these cloud providers give them 99.999% availability, which is not possible in the real environment. If some company wants to keep that level of high availability, they will have to spend huge amounts in setting up high availability. And later on, we will be discussing on how do you make it highly available, how do you make your application highly available. So from yesterday, we logged into the console. Let's have a quick look in the console here. So I'm gonna open. So I am in the management console. So I'm about to log into the management console. So, so we need to every day log into the management console till the end of this training, even after this training. So all of the labs that I will be providing you and all of the labs that we will be doing, I would suggest doing them at least 3 times, one time following the video, because video, I will provide you with this video, the class recording. Also, I will be providing you a short video of the lab as well. So short video, basically, the short video has to the point instructions and lab. You can pause, you can move back, but I would say once follow the video, and the second is without following the video.
Brother Adnan, this AWS folder which you are talking about is not visible on the Google Drive if you have loaded or anything.
Okay, Sayed is saying, and Sayed is saying, no, I work as sourcing, purchasing, and procurement management. So Sayed, what is, I mean, can you elaborate this point? So in the meantime, everyone, please log in to.
Brother Adnan, can you hear me?
You can ignore that message. I think we, Adnan, I mean, Sayed and me were talking.
I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. Sorry. Yes, I can hear you now.
Brother Adnan, that folder which you uploaded for AWS on Google
Yes.
Drive is not visible. I don't know where it is.
Okay. Okay. No problem. I'll have a look at it, and uh, let me just log into this. And okay, so the folder is right here. So the drive folder, and I did made sure that everyone has access. Everyone in the group has access to this. And if you go to this folder, so you will find three folders. One for the exam dump, secondly, Azure Cloud, and third one is AWS Cloud. So you're not able to see this folder?
No.
So this folder has yesterday's class video, and also this has yesterday's presentation as well. And okay. So yeah, so before the end of the class, you will have access. Just I need to make sure I let Amin Bhai know that you need access, but I'm sure you will be. All of you has access. So you are Shakil. Let me quickly check that out. Ah, yes. Yeah, your name is not there. So there are other names from the Azure class, but your name is not there. So I will make sure that by the end of the lecture, your emails are added to this group. Okay, so if you have a question, Sayed or anyone, once you feel like this echo is because that you're connected through two devices, probably from your phone and from your laptop. Maybe if you can mute mic on one of them. So mute your mic from laptop, and then you can easily, so there won't be any echo when you have a question. So Noshin is asking, how do you get access to the Google Drive? You did provided your email address, and if you're registered in this training, the course coordinator will be able to add you. So by the end of this lecture, we'll make sure that your names are there. So at the moment in the folder, it's yesterday's video and the presentations. Okay. So everyone, I'm logging in to the portal. So what is my password? So once you logged into the portal yesterday, we spoke about the the region that we will be working on.
Excuse me.
Yes, please go ahead.
On my screen is stuck on root user account, right? So how I go into the regular one? How I bypass this?
Your screen is stuck on the root user account, meaning the
Right.
login.
Correct.
Okay, so
Do
if
I
it
have to
is
use another account inside, or do I need to do that?
So let me go back there. So you're saying that your screen is stuck on the login, and when you click login, what happens?
It's just saying sign in, but it's giving you option of root user or IAM.
Okay, you're on this screen. You're on
Right.
this screen. So all you need to do, just keep selected the root account. Today we will be creating a second user as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so just keep selecting root account, enter your email, the one that you registered with, and then enter the password. It should work.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Okay, so number one, we decided yesterday that we'll be mostly working in the Northern Virginia region. The reason why we are working in this region, because all of the services, you will find all of the services here, and it doesn't matter if you're in Canada, if I am in Australia, and if somebody is accessing from somewhere else, and we are using the US region. So from the admin point of view, it doesn't matter. So how do we select a region for any organization? Guys, region is selected based on where your end users are. So if you have a Canadian business and you're expecting more end users, or your business is more in Canada, then you should have your services in Canada. If you have your services in Europe or in any other country, then we select the region. So we select the region and host our services in that specific region because of the end user or because of the business. For us, I mean, in these trainings, since our focus is understanding the services and not the providing services to any end user, so we can use any of these regions. And yesterday I also shared with you the problem that some students had previously, that when we select a region and we make resources in those regions, and if you forget to delete those resources, that you will be charged at the end. Though AWS are, I mean, they are very quick in refunding all of your expenses if it is a training and a development. If you're using these services for training and your skills development. Okay, so the second thing is we are in my account at the moment, and if I go right here. So I would suggest everyone log into the portal. So here we have the account IDs, and we have billing as well. And we can close the account right from here. Okay, so let's continue. So now what we will be learning in day 2 of this training. So first of all, we will be creating a billing alert, and then we will have a brief intro on Azure Web Services and especially for exam objectives. And then we will be creating a EC2 machine instance and connect with them and configure basic security. And at the end, if time allows us, then we will create a basic S3 bucket as well. So S3 is a storage, and bucket is known as a folder in storage. So whenever we need to store a file in AWS, we need to create something called a bucket. And bucket is nothing but a folder. So they named it bucket. Someone would say, why would you call it bucket if it is a folder? They just named it bucket. Probably they wanted to make it unique and easier for people to understand. Okay, so before going into the services introduction, we will quickly complete yesterday's some of the information that we need to complete from yesterday's slides. So Atif is asking a question. So we will be using the root account for all of these tasks. Atif, it's up to us. We can use root account, or we can create our own account and then configure services and then work with that other account. So today we will be creating both type of accounts, and it's up to you. You can use your root account or use the normal account.
Adnan,
Yes, please go ahead.
like Azure, we have a manage accounts, right? Root or the subscription. Is it any management of account in AWS?
Yes, there is. It's a good question that what is the structure of Azure account management? And I will be going through that just now. Okay, so this is from yesterday's slide, and we went through all this introduction and cloud information. We also went through the course contents here. We also talked about certification. We also talked about the scenario that we will be going through. So working with the scenario and fixing some problems in the real world would give you another edge on understanding these services. So we went through all these slides. Private, public, and private, public, and hybrid cloud options, and then different cloud offerings. Okay, So right from here, we stopped right here from yesterday. So so in understanding these services, so number one, in the cloud, if you're claiming to be an expert in cloud, you need to be an expert of 4 important services, and that we discussed right here. You need to become an expert of all managing a compute resource. So compute resource, you should be able to understand, manage, so first of all, configure, manage, and troubleshoot storage. And then one more thing right here is network, and we'll be going through that in detail as well. So the network, and then database, pricing, troubleshooting, and uptime. So these few slides, we will be introducing some, what are the features, what are the resources that are used, and what are their names in AWS. So Noshin asked the question, what is the difference between root account and a user account? Noshin will be going through that in a moment. So right after this, when we, there is a section that your question will be cleared. So for now, I'll park this question, the difference between root account and user account. It's a good question. I'll come back to that in a moment. So first of all, in the compute domain, or in the compute area, there are 3 very important services that we need to remember. Number one, EC2. EC2 refers to a virtual machine in AWS, number one. So EC2, the main purpose of EC2 instance is to manage, to create virtual machines, manage, and so create, manage, and troubleshoot. So create, manage, and troubleshoot we need to know and understand for all of these services. So we need to manage. So so at the moment, just remember EC2 refers to virtual machines. Number 2, Elastic Beanstalk. So Elastic Beanstalk is a service in which is basically it's a PaaS service. It's a service in which you don't need to worry about VMs. So you are focusing on your application. So Elastic Beanstalk is an application. So basically, so what is common between EC2 and Elastic Beanstalk? In both of them, we install some application. So in understanding these services, let's take an example of websites. You have a website that you need to host. So website that you need to host for your organization. And that website is selling some products. So it has product 1, it has product 2, and people are very interested in your products, and you need to host this website so users can buy these products from your website, and these products are hosted in this website. These products are available on this website. So obviously users will be connecting to the website and they'll be buying your products. But the website, so there are 2 ways you can host this website. One way that you can use EC2 to host a website. So you can create a EC2 instance. In other words, you can create a server, and that is server is referred to as a EC2 instance, and then you will install a website on this server. So this is one way of doing it. How do you install a website on a server? And so that's another topic at the moment, but for now, and we will be installing the website. We'll be going through those steps as well. But your website is hosted on a VM, and your end user starts using this website. So that is one way. The other way is Elastic Beanstalk to host the same service. In this way, what we do, we buy a service called Elastic Beanstalk, and we host our website directly on this service. So we get the same website. Our website is exactly the same. It has all of the products that users need to buy, and the end users will be connecting to the website. But in this case, website is hosted in this service and not in the VM. So, and what is the difference? The difference is that in EC2, when you host a website in EC2, it is your responsibility to make sure this VM is working. It is your responsibility in EC2 instance instance, you are responsible for the operating system. You are also responsible for the web services on the operating system, which means that you every time, from time to time, you need to update this operating system. You need to make sure that there are proper licenses on this operating system, and then also you need to make sure that the web services are working. The web services is your responsibility. Whereas if you host this website in Elastic Beanstalk, then you don't need to worry about all this. This will be the web services, which is IaaS or Apache web servers, and the website and the infrastructure. So anything behind the website, which is the operating system, which is also the hardware where this website is hosted, is all AWS responsibility. So you don't need to worry about operating system. You don't need to worry about IaaS. You don't need to worry about the hardware. The only thing that you can focus, your company can focus on the website and the product. So your question.
Is it a PaaS service?
Yes. So this is, yeah, it is exactly. So the main difference between EC2 and Elastic Beanstalk, that EC2 is a IaaS service, infrastructure as a service, and this is a PaaS service. Okay. Now in this, your question might be that, so where is this website actually hosted? Does it still need EC2 instance in the background? Yes, it does. So in the background, when you host a website in Elastic Beanstalk, the website is still hosted in EC2 instance. But the difference is, we as a customer, we as the owner of the website, now we are not responsible for EC2 instance. This is AWS responsibility. And so that's the difference between EC2 and Elastic Beanstalk. So a very good question from Sayed. Yes, Ajmal, you can ask a question.
My question is, like this is a web tier, right? So we can this service we can connect to the on-premises with the like a 3-tier. Like one tier is this web service, and another tier, let's say if another tier.
The database. Yes.
Yeah. So we can connect with the on-premises to the like one tier is a AWS and another tier is in a on-premises. Is it possible?
Yes, for sure. So at the moment, I'm just introducing these services. There is a full chapter where we will be discussing that. Okay, Sayed, just you can mute one of your mics, then we'll be able to hear your voice. Okay, so Ajmal's question, everyone, is that most of the application is 3 tiers. There is and the website, and then behind the website there is there might be application, the web application, and behind the web, and behind that there is databases. So can this PaaS solution work in a 3-tier as a 3-tier application? Absolutely, it is. It is, and we will be going through that once we are in that chapter. Okay, so but here on this slide, I want you to have a very clear understanding between EC2 and Elastic Beanstalk. So one thing that when I started with AWS as compared to Microsoft Azure or other cloud providers, so I worked on Google OCI Cloud as well, which is Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. So one thing that I've seen complex is their naming. Their namings are, I mean, not complex. I mean, it's not difficult to remember this name, but these names somehow throws me out. I mean, somewhere else like Elastic Beanstalk and PaaS service. I mean, how does it? But once you get used to it, if you can understand the purpose of this service, you will be for sure be able to remember this. And once you implement this in the lab, you will be able to remember this. So in order to remember these two services, always remember this website. So make a connection in your brain that these so both services can host website. If you host a website in EC2, you are responsible for the server, you are responsible for the operating system. Yes, you are not responsible for the hardware. Hardware is AWS responsibility in even this case. So hardware is this responsibility since it is a infrastructure as a service. So remember, infrastructure as a service as empty apartment, that you're leasing an empty apartment, but infrastructure is owner's responsibility. So even in EC2, hardware is AWS responsibility, but rest is your responsibility. Make sure operating system is fine, make sure web services are fine, and make sure that this is all up to date, upgraded, and it's not slow. There are enough resources that you bought for this EC2 instance. But if you don't want to manage that that part of the business, I mean that part of the website, you don't want to manage operating system, you don't want to manage the web services, then you can go for Elastic Beanstalk service. So in that you're only responsible for the website, and rest all is responsibility of AWS. So there is a question, so is there a price difference between the two? So let's say you have a website, you want to host that on EC2, and you have both options. You can host the website in EC2, you can host the website in Elastic Beanstalk as well. In other words, you can host the website as infrastructure as a service. You can also host a website as platform as a service. So is there a cost difference? Yes, there is a cost difference, and PaaS is cheaper option. So this is even a cheaper option, and this is managing EC2 instances is more expensive option. So on one side it's a cheaper option, on the other side it's more convenient for you, so that you don't have to worry about the operating system and the services that are working in the background. So many companies would prefer to go in Elastic Beanstalk service. So, and in Azure, same service is known as app service. In Azure, and EC2s are in Azure, they are known as virtual machines. So
I have a question. So if I compare with Azure, in Azure, usually the PaaS services are more expensive than IaaS. But you're saying this one is, the PaaS service is cheaper than the IaaS service?
No. PaaS services are mostly cheaper than IaaS service. The reason is, I mean, even in Azure, PaaS services are always cheaper as compared to IaaS. Why? Because these services, once we go into more detail, this will be more clear at that point. At this moment, I just want you to remember that PaaS services, because if I go into that explanation, that will be very complex for people who are starting up, but I'll park this question here, and I'll remember that once we are in this chapter, just remind me on this. PaaS services are cheaper.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
It's a good
Also,
question.
Mr. Adnan,
Yes.
I wonder, I know maybe the business solution they have, when we have as, PaaS, and SaaS, why they created EC2 and then Elastic Beans? Just because of business sense, I think?
Yes, exactly. So it's a good question. Why are these options? Why there are these different options? Infrastructure as a service and PaaS platform as a service. It's because of providing the flexibility to the customer, whatever they are interested in. So if they are interested in IaaS, so yes, I mean it is cheaper. It is cheaper here, but another advantage in IaaS over PaaS is that here you have more flexibility. You can choose from different operating system. You can manage them according to your own liking. You can expand this according to your own. I mean, so there is this flexibility because you're responsible for this part of the your complete application. So there is some flexibility as compared to PaaS. Here you are responsible for the website, but yes, Microsoft and AWS are providing 24/7 support, and they're providing high availability, but then you don't have that flexibility that if you want to make any changes in the hard, I mean, yes, you are provided these packages, but it's not as flexible as you can manage this environment. So going back to your question that why are these, this is just providing the customer a chance to select between these services according to their requirement. Okay. The next service is AWS Lambda service. AWS Lambda service is a serverless computing means. So in this, they are saying this is almost like Elastic Beanstalk service. Elastic Beanstalk service, we know that it's a PaaS implementation. So guys, one more thing that I want you to remember is whenever the word PaaS comes in any cloud provider, so you're working for that organization and you're sitting in a team and they're talking about, this is a PaaS solution. So PaaS simply means that you're not responsible for the infrastructure. PaaS simply means that you are responsible only for your own application. So whenever the word PaaS comes, it means it is clear that you won't be responsible for your EC2 instances.
Sorry, Adnan, can I ask you a small
Yes,
question?
yes, please go ahead.
App service is also PaaS?
App, so app service, this one in
Yeah.
Azure, yes, it
Yeah.
is PaaS service.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So AWS Lambda service. AWS Lambda service, it's a serverless. So the one word to remember here, it's number one, it's a serverless computing. Number one. So serverless computing. So this is a serverless computing, meaning that there will be no server. It is used to run running code in the background, like monitoring backup workloads, and Microsoft has something called functions in that. So so when you have Elastic Beanstalk and when you have EC2, definitely you will need to back up these services as well. Why would you need to back up? So let's say if your website goes down, if your website, I mean, hardware won't go down. Hardware is AWS, the cloud provider's responsibility. And this hardware is protected with multiple data centers. It's not only multiple data centers, it's their huge big data centers. So let's say for a second that there is no problem with the hardware unless there is a huge big disaster, real disaster, or maybe a real outage because of electricity or for any reason that complete region goes down due to anything. Otherwise, the data centers are highly constructed with highly available services on all levels. So hardware won't go down. But let's say your website is corrupted because of virus, or maybe it is corrupted because some developer uploaded a wrong version of the website, a previous version of the website. So it's your developer's responsibility. So for that, you need backups. You need backups, you need monitoring. So Lambda AWS is that service where you can leverage this service that can make sure that that it can run the code in the background, schedule all of those jobs to monitor your environment, to back up your environment, and to also manage the workloads. So in other words, you can remember that AWS Lambda, you have predefined scripts here. So in these scripts, you can make a script and then you can attach it with your service. Your question might be that why do you need a script when you can configure these services right from the EC2 instance? So if I go into Elastic Beanstalk or a EC2 instance, I can go into the properties of this and I can enable backup right from there. I can enable monitoring right from within the service. Monitoring right from within the service. Then what is the need of this? Guys, the need of this service is, so for if you have one or two or maybe 10 EC2 instances, you can do it manually. You can make sure that backup is there, monitoring is there, and other code is there. But think of hundreds of servers. Think of hundreds of servers. And when you have hundreds of servers for one website, and do you think that there is a website that can have hundreds of servers? Yes. eBay.com has not hundreds, thousands of servers running eBay.com. So we know this website as just eBay.com and Amazon.com. But in the background, it's running thousands and thousands of servers. So when you have thousands of servers and you need to make sure that every day their services are backed up, and they are properly monitored, then this service really becomes handy. You can run these scripts. These scripts will automatically go and run through hundreds and hundreds of instances or Elastic Beanstalk services, and then make sure that backup is proper, monitoring is proper, and then any other code is proper. So one word to remember about AWS Lambda or Azure Functions, these are exactly the same thing. One word to remember is automation in the background. So remember this script. We can write a script, and in this script we will say, just make sure server 1, 2, 3, 4 and server till server 1000 is backed up properly. I mean, how easy would it be that if I ask you, just go and check the backup on 1000 servers? It will be very difficult. So it is very easy for Lambda service or the Azure Functions to go and make sure that all the backups are completed successfully.
So Adnan, this is like a PowerShell or Bash script, right?
Yes, it can be a PowerShell script. It can be a Bash script. So for the people, if these words are new, we will go through that concepts as well. Okay.
I'm sorry. What is it? What is the microservices? Is it a same thing or different thing? Microservice.
Microservices refers to microcomputing, and basically they are run by the scripts as well. So microcomputing mostly refers to millions of transactions or trillions of transactions at the same time. So mostly microservices are for big data and analytics and services like those, like end of the month report in banking. You know, when the banks run end of the month report, there are not millions but trillions of transactions because they need to come up with those. So microservices refer to when you need a high computing power, and there are trillions of transactions needs to be run. But yes, they are run by scripts and in the background. Okay.
Adnan?
Yes, please go ahead.
So also I was reading an article and it says that Lambda, if you're not running a code, it won't charge.
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
If you're not running a script, in other words, if there is no script, I mean, you have a Lambda service, you can enable a Lambda service, but if there is no script or a code, then you won't be charged. Okay. Okay, so from this slide, everyone, we learned that there are three important services in compute. Number one, EC2. EC2 refers to a VM. You can host a website on a VM, but now you are responsible. So hardware is the cloud provider AWS responsibility, whereas the website and the web services and also the operating system is your responsibility. The second way of deploying the same website, is Elastic Beanstalk. In Elastic Beanstalk, you're not responsible for the hardware, you're not responsible for even the operating system and all, you're only responsible for your website in this, and that is known as PaaS solution. And the third service in compute is known as AWS Lambda service, and AWS Lambda service is for back-end services, back-end housekeeping, back-end housekeeping. You can think of AWS Lambda as a housekeeper. So you have a house and you have furniture and somebody needs to maintain that house. So AWS Lambda does that automatically in the background.
Alan, I have one more question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So in virtual machine and EC2, we already have Bash and scripting, right? Bash or PowerShell. So what is the difference that the command line and this Lambda?
Yes. So a very good question, that we can use scripting to manage EC2, to create EC2 instances. I mean, if I have to create a EC2 instance, and today we will be going into the portal in like maybe 15-20 minutes. So we'll be changing gears from presentation to lab and to lab to presentation. So we'll be creating an EC2 instance. We can create EC2 instance right from the portal. So right from the portal, we can create an EC2 instance, or we can create an EC2 instance from a script as well. From the script. So Ajmal's question is that if we can create an EC2 instance from the portal, and we can also create an EC2 instance directly from PowerShell or a script, then what is the need of AWS Lambda? We can create a script and then run the script, and it will create EC2 instance. It will also create Elastic Beanstalk as well. You can do everything from scripting. So the purpose of AWS.
In the backup script, we can run it on the same portal, same script, same bash.
Exactly. So in one script, you can create instance, you can also run the backups, you can also enable monitoring, everything. But Ajmal, the difference between Lambda and just one script is that one script will be tied to one VM. Or creation of maybe few VMs, but you need to check every day if the backups were done successfully, if the monitoring agent is up all the time for the rest of the year. So Lambda is that service that will help you throughout the year all the time. These scripts that we run, this is one time run. You will run the script one time, the EC2 instances are created, but what happens if the backup fails after 2 weeks? So who will check that out? And if you have thousands of servers, so this is where AWS Lambda will help you in the background. So Atif, yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, you're most welcome. Atif asked
Sir,
a question. Yes, Abdul, please ask a
I'm
question.
sorry. Another question, like in real life, the cloud admin, though they are using the scripting more than the GUI, or
Yes, so it's a good question. In real life, how much scripting and how much portal management is done if we compare both of the things? In other words, do we need to know scripting? How much do we need to know scripting? So just like I said yesterday, there is no requirement for a cloud admin to be an expert in scripting. Scripting requires programming, and most of the time, cloud admins will work on the portal directly. And nowadays, running a script is discouraged in large environments. Why? Because in the past, due to human errors in scripts, there were many important services. Many important services went down because of human errors in script. So nowadays, if you have to run a script, so first of all, they would discourage you, do not run a script if you're not an expert in this area. And even if there is a script that you need to run, and you're making sure that the script has everything that needs to be there, and it will only target just this one EC2 instance and not your business, it won't affect the business. This is all carefully checked by the management. So in large organization, you're not allowed to run any script in this environment. So I mean, this is just one example. So this answers to answer your question. Knowing scripting is not a requirement. Nobody will ask you about this, but if you know this, this is considered as a feature. I mean, people would prefer people who know how to read a script as compared to the people who doesn't know anything about the script. So in this training, we will be doing some labs with the scripts, and you will see that running these scripts is not a very difficult, it's not difficult to run these scripts. Now, the second part of the question, do you need to know how to build these scripts? No, nowadays we don't build any scripts. These scripts are all provided by Microsoft and AWS. Scripts are already there. Thousands and thousands of scripts are there. You just need to know how to make changes according to your requirement and then apply the script. But my first answer is more important, that even if you know scripting, you will not be allowed to run any script in the production environment. Yes, you can do testing you can do testing in the test environment. Okay. Going back to that question, you need to be an expert of the portal services, how to create instance in the portal, how to manage the portal, how to manage the services. So Shane's question is, Lambda is like a SaaS service? No, Lambda is not a SaaS service. Lambda is more considered as a PaaS service. So SaaS is different. So guys, most of the time, it's a good question. So most of the time, we will be managing in Azure, in AWS, in GCP, just these two types of service, IaaS service and PaaS service. SaaS services, we don't manage. So more, and these clouds are offering, so these are the two services that are bought more for all of the organizations. So then what is SaaS for? SaaS is like Office 365. So SaaS is a different ball game. Mostly you will be managing and working with in infrastructure as a service and PaaS, or the platform as a service. Okay. So yes, Ajmal also commented on this. My company restricted IT admins to run PowerShell script. Yes, this is exactly the case, because running a script can be disastrous, and it was disastrous for many, many organizations. Guys, the next important service that we need to remember. So how many services now do we know in compute? In compute. So in compute, we already know 3 services: EC2, Elastic Beanstalk, and AWS Lambda. I'm sure everyone is taking note, guys. This is day 2 of this training, and at the end of the training, we need to become an expert in this. So if not an expert, we need to get out with at least my goal is that everyone should be finishing this training with 70 or 80% of understanding. 70 and 80% of understanding. Why am I not saying 100% understanding? Guys, 100% understanding doesn't exist in trainings, because there is also that part where, I mean, every one of us has taken trainings in colleges, universities, everywhere. And most of the time we have to work 50% at home, 50% is the training. But my goal here is that we need to get out with at least 70, 80% of understanding. So for that, I would recommend, and since this is day 2, all of the serious, I mean, first day was just an introduction, and many of the people were there, were invited just for, to evaluate the training and everything. But since everyone is here, this is day 2, I would recommend using all our learning senses. So I will spend that 1 minute and ask you to take notes as much as possible. Number 1. Number 2 is practical. So we will be doing practical. Number 3 is a discussion. We won't be having time for discussion in this, but today we'll be making groups, and the Azure class students, they already have groups. Within the week, set up 2 or 3 sessions. Okay, if not 3, at least 2 sessions among yourself on a conference call, and repeat this slide. So this slide will be provided as is, and you can discuss. You need to be, by next week, you should be explaining this EC2, Elastic Beanstalk, and AWS Lambda, just like that, it from years. So I would recommend taking notes as much as possible. The labs must be done at least 3 times. The video lab will be done at least 3 times. One by watching and following the video, and maybe twice following the video, and the 3rd time without following the videos. And the discussion and listening, we are already listening. So 4 learning senses. Okay, so the next important service, everyone, the next important service. So how many of us are taking notes? Please type yes in the chat window that if you're taking notes. And
clarification, Adnan.
Yes, please go ahead.
The code and script is not part of associate, right? It's part of developer.
No. No, code and scripts. There is some part in this exam as well, but mostly yes, scripting and development programming is part of DevOps, but there is very little part here as well. Okay. So Asher is taking notes, Abdul is taking notes, Shane and taking notes, and Abdul Wase is taking notes, Maria, Ajmal, copying screen. Okay, that was clever. Ajmal. You're copying screen. I know that. So guys, Ajmal is IT professional. I mean, he's been in the field, I think more than 15, 16 years. And our first training was long time back. And Ajmal is expert of finding shortcuts. I think that's a feature. That's not something of, I hope you won't mind that I'm telling everyone. Ajmal, copying screen is not taking notes. Is it equal to taking notes? But Ajmal can remember everything. I mean, the way you are asking all of the questions, I'm sure you're 100% attentive. You are. So guys, storage is the next important part. The storage is storage. So there are three services to remember in the storage. Number one, S3, which is simple storage service. So S3, this refers to as S3. And then we have simple queue service, which is SQS. So this is referred to as SQS. And the third service is Glacier. It is just referred to as a Glacier. Now, what is S3? S3 is a service. S3 refers to a disk. It's equal to a disk, just a disk. That's it. It's equal to a disk. So remember that we are comparing this to our notebook. We are comparing this to our laptop. So in the laptop, the next important thing other than CPU and memory is the disk. So many times the disk is full. What do we do in the laptop? So we try to free up the space. I mean, what I'm trying to give you is the comparison between how we deal with the disk in the real environment, in the real at home or at work. So disk can be full. Number one, sometimes you do need special permissions in the disk, right? Sometimes we lock our disk, and disks are of all these different types. Disk can be so in a laptop or a notebook. Disk can be a internal disk or external disk. Right? In a laptop, you have an internal disk where you have the operating system, but you also have an external disk, which we know as a USB drive. External disk. And in the real environment, this can be of high speed and a low speed as well. So this can be expensive, and they are kind of okay. So let me quickly change that to okay. I am just trying to find an empty space here. Okay, so this is our whiteboard. Okay, so on this, we are trying to understand S3, and we are comparing. So S3 is equal to a disk, number one. And what are we comparing to? We are comparing to something that we already use every day. So in a notebook, we have disks. And the disks are of two types in a notebook. We have internal disk. We have external disk. And internal disks have operating system. External disks are USB drive where we keep our personal data, or maybe some other, Okay, so you are not able to see this screen. So are you able to see the whiteboard, everyone, where I'm typing?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, 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 sure. Thank you. So disks So in even cloud, this is exactly the same. So we have internal disks, we have external disks. Other than that, in disks, we also have expensive disks and cheaper disks. So there is something called SSD nowadays, and many of you have already know what SSD is. And there is something called HDD, hard disk drive, which is a metallic drive. So these disks are cheaper. SSD drives are faster. And so these drives are faster. This is more expensive. And so these are expensive. These are slower. These are slower as compared to normal drives. So, okay, so I have to like this. Okay, so since we already know a lot of things about the disk, so S3 is nothing but a disk in real environment. So S3, which is a simple storage service, simple storage service. Simple storage service. So it stores data within the drive. So at the moment, and then when we create a S3, so how do we use it in AWS? So in order to use S3, in order to use S3, what we do is, in order to use S3, use S3, what we do, we first create a folder in cloud. So the very first thing that in AWS, how do you use S3? The very first thing, you need to create a folder. So I'm calling this a folder, but in actual, this is known as a bucket. So it is like a bucket. So you create this bucket inside AWS, but it's nothing but a folder. And inside this bucket, then you start storing files. You start creating more folders inside, and you store files in this, and you also store more folders inside. So basically inside, so the first thing that we need to remember, it is called S3, which is a storage service within AWS. Secondly, once we need to create anything, we need to store anything, first of all, we need to create a bucket. And bucket is nothing but a folder. And you will see that just with 2 clicks, you will create a bucket, and then you will store some files in this. So this is one thing. Going to the second, simple queue service. Simple queue service is just a messaging service. So this is referred to as a disk. And in the disk at the moment, I just want you to remember that we create buckets inside. So we will create a bucket. And then within the bucket, we can store files and folders. And we can store files and folders. So SQS, which is a simple queue service. So just remember the word queue here. Queue, what do we know about the queue? Queue is, so Noshin asked a question, is S3 internal disk? Yes, S3 will be, yes, very good question. It will be considered as an internal disk within S3 is a storage. Okay, so S3 can be internal and external as well, but it's the main service that is managing the disk. And rest of the properties are exactly like a laptop disk. In S3, we can create an internal disk. We also can create an external disk within this service. So it can have both type of disk. So there is a full chapter that we'll go through, but it's a good question. It has internal disk and external disk. There are expensive disks and cheaper disks available faster. So that's why I gave that quick comparison between the disks. So all the features that we know on a laptop is exactly the same in S3 as well. So simple queue service. So just remember what the word queue, it is just a queue. It is just a queue in which we store messages. so in which we store messages. What type of messages? So it will store all types of messages in relation to your environment, in relation to your environment. So it will be storing like disk full message. So here you can send disk is full, or S3 is the disk that you're using is full. Now what do you need to do when the disk is full? So then probably the admin will go to S3 storage and will free up the disk space. So free up the disk space. So the main purpose of simple queue service is to just receive messages. So it receives messages, receive messages, and then send them to the respective services or teams. So here, services send messages. So the only purpose of queue is receive messages from where? From all the services within AWS. It can receive messages. So it can receive messages from where? It can receive messages from EC2 instances. It can receive messages from Beanstalk or the PaaS services, all the PaaS services. It can also receive messages from anywhere within AWS. So from anywhere within AWS, and the main purpose is it's just a queue. It will receive message and it will send it to the specific or a respective wherever it needs to go to. So let's say you have a message for the Azure, for the AWS admin. The message will be sent to the admin. If the message needs to go to a cell phone, some cell phone or a mobile service, then it will be sent to a mobile service. So who manages this? But we need to manage this simple queue service. So what is the need of this type of service? The need of this type of service is mostly for automation purposes. It is just a service in which you can store messages, and it will just, the messages will be sent to the respective resources for further administration or management. Okay, so here, yes.
So how is it different than that queue storage in Azure?
Exactly the same, exactly the same. So here I'm explaining this because we are in AWS training, but guys, this is exactly, so S3 is exactly the same as blob storage. So for everyone, the SQ service, if you know S3 service and you know how to explain S3 service, so let's say interview question, what do you know about S3 service? So S3 stands for simple storage service, number one. Number two, it refers to the storage or the disks that are being managed in the AWS cloud. Number three, there are internal and external disks can be managed. There are expensive and cheaper disks are there as well. This is exactly the same definition of blob storage.
None.
Yes, please go ahead.
Also, this SQS service, like a Facebook, use all this unstructured data. Is that what it is?
Yes, yes, for their comments, for SQS, no. So if you're referring to the Facebook data where they have comments, they have videos, they have everything, no, it's not that. It's not that service. This simple queue service is a very, okay, so I wanted to say the word, it's very simple. So that's why it's known as simple. It will just receive small short messages, just short messages, just like SMS or text that we receive on our cell phone. So you can say that it's a texting service. It receives the message and sends it wherever it needs to go to.
Like alerts, right?
Simple alerts. You can refer to them as alerts as well. So queue service, it's just storage where you receive messages and send it. But then your question might be, we still don't understand what is this service for. I mean, why do you need a queue service when you can manage all of the instances on their own? If there is an EC2 instance, you can go into the event log or at the activity log, you can see everything there. Guys, simple queue service is used for automation purposes. And remember, that when companies, large companies have thousands and thousands of services within cloud and thousands of services for their maintenance, there are hundreds and hundreds of automation tools working in the background. For example, if you're taking a backup of the disk, if you're taking a backup of a disk and the backup failed last night, so there should be a message that needs to be sent to admin. And this is just one disk and one alert. But think of hundreds of disks and then thousands of EC2 instances. So this is why when developers and mostly developers use this. We on the infrastructure side, we don't use this service, but this is mostly used by developers, the DevOps and SysOps. So
So
they
it's
need
for automation alerts, right? Not like for automation of the
no. Yeah, it's just for automation of alerts, small, short messages. So this is why it said simple queue service. Okay, guys, the next is AWS Glacier. AWS Glacier is used for is a backup service, or it's used for archiving or backup service. So in Azure, this is refers to as just a backup service. So in Glacier, this is still a storage. So S3 is a storage. So this will be a disk, and this will be a disk as well. So in the background is nothing but a disk. But then what type of disk is this? This is a very inexpensive, cheaper in price disk. So this is a disk, and here we take backup. You can keep backup of all your environment. So comparatively, AWS Glacier and S3. S3 is expensive disk. This is cheaper disk. Now, why would you need to store anything in this cheaper disk? Yes, you will store. You will need to store stuff that is infrequently used. So in S3, we use we store stuff that is everyday used. So you're opening, you're working with Word documents, Excel sheets. You're working with reports that is everyday use, and your users are opening those files every day. So that will all be in S3 storage. But in order to take the backup of all this, so that backup, that the files that are not used frequently, that those files will be stored in the Glacier. So Glacier, just like the word glacier, it is something where you store. I mean, it's a far away location, number one. So what is a glacier? Glacier, we know, on the mountains, and it's far away from the real life. This is exactly the same thing. It is a cheaper storage, and it is not as fast as S3. So we all have two types of data in all the companies. There is hot data. There is something called hot data, and there is something called cold data. The hot data is that is everyday use, the Word document, Excel sheets, reports, and cold data is that, let's say you still have Word documents, you still have Excel sheet, but those are older. I mean, they are not used in the past 6 months, but your company still need them for legal purposes. So all that data that is not everyday used, we can keep them in Glacier and pay less to these cloud providers. Okay, so from this slide, yes,
so we
please
can
go
say
ahead.
that for backup, we need to have AWS Glacier, like we need to have Recovery Vault, right?
Exactly. So for backup, we use Glacier, and from the real life, we can say that this is our USB drive. So this is our USB drive. Remember that you have a drive in your laptop where you have everyday frequently used data, and then we use USB drives to store our data that we don't use every day, but we still need that data. So from this slide, we learned 3 storage services. Simple storage service, which is referred to as a storage, a disk, and there are all these different types of disks. So at the moment, there is a full chapter on this. I'm going to go through this. Then the second one is simple queue service. It's just a very simple queue service. You can remember this by looking at your text, the SMS application on your smartphone. So on that SMS application, what do you have? Do you have, I mean, nowadays, now you can have pictures, and now you can have videos and that as well. But think of 5-6 years back, before, I mean, 10 years back, before the use of smartphone, text messages were very simple text message, a 2-line message, and it is sent to the user. So queue service is a very simple queue service. You receive a message, send it to wherever it needs to go to, and mostly it is used in DevOps by developers, because developers do a lot of automation. Now, when they do automation, where do they do automation? They are doing most of the automation is done on business application, not on the infrastructure application. So, and the Glacier is a cheaper storage to back up all the cold data. So remember the word cold and hot. Hot data is everyday use data, your laptop disk, and the USB drive that we use might not be used every day, but yes, it is infrequently used data, but it is an important data. The next is databases. So there are 3 important services. So guys, here I'm sharing with you all the important services within that we need to know and that are part of this exam. Remember that there are hundreds of other services. Not all of the services we need to become an expert of. I don't think anyone is expert of all of the services within the cloud environment. I mean, but these services are the essential services. We have chapters on these, each one of them. So next one is RDS service. RDS is, so first of all, these are all 3 services. They are part of database domain. So they're part of the database services within AWS cloud. So how many of you have ever worked in a database? Please type yes in the chat window. So if you have any exposure with a database, I mean, even on university level, college level, so database is basically, database is basically a storage space where we keep structured information, and there is a chapter on this. So don't worry about this, that if we don't remember databases, I'll go into more detail in understanding databases. Okay, so okay, so database is a place where we store information. So what is an example of real life database? An example is in a school system. So school system. So what do we have in school system? We have teachers, we have students, and all of their information are stored in databases. In databases, you have to have that structured database where you can store all that information. And so the database, in the database, information is stored in this manner. So you have tables where information is stored, like what will be the name of the students, what will be the age of the student, and then what will be the grade of the student, the grade the student in. And then their information is stored in this tabular form. So this form of storing information is known as databases. What is the main advantage of database? I'll come back to your question, Shakil, just a moment here.
Sorry, 1 minute. What is the full form of RDS?
I am going there. Just give me 1 minute here. Yes, full form of RDS is Relational Database Service. So Relational Database Service. So databases, everyone, I think most of us know what database is. If you've never been to a database, everyday life we use databases. In schools, databases are used. In hospital, databases are used. What is the biggest advantage of working with a database? The biggest advantage of the availability of information. So when you go to a hospital and then you go to a reception, and then you need to register yourself, God forbid, as a patient. Or okay, so let's forget about the hospital. Let's go to a school. You need to register as a new student in a school. So they will enter your information, and that information will be stored in this form. And what is the main advantage of storing this information in this form? That it will be easily available. It will be very, very fast to get information, make reports and all that. So databases has its own advantage. In order to store databases in AWS, there are 3 services used. Number 1 is Relational Database System. Relational database system is an enterprise level database system. So in this system, in this type of database, you can store all types of information. So this database is used, relational database system. Again, there will be a chapter where if you don't understand at the moment databases, don't worry, there will be a chapter I'll go into more detail. But remember that databases are used everywhere. So relational database system is used by all of the organization. So number one, banks have RDS, relational database systems, hospitals, airports, and all. So relational database system, in order to store databases that are of type relational database system, we use RDS service. In Azure, this is known as SQL database. And Syed, your phone is making a lot of scratches on my screen. Okay, so I'm gonna just remove these scratches. It's fine. Where is it? Where is it? It's right here. Okay. Okay. So right here, so first one is relational database system. A second one is Redshift. Second one is Redshift. Redshift is a data warehouse service. So it's a data warehouse service. And the third one is DynamoDB. That is opposite to relational database system, and that is no structure, no SQL or no structure. It is for non-structured information. Now, so all three are databases. In other words, all three store information for the use of application. All three of them use store information for the use of application. Now your question might be, what type of application use these databases? Guys, as I mentioned, that there are applications in banks, there are applications in hospitals, there are applications in airports, and I gave you an example of school system. In a school system, this all information, teachers information, students information will be stored either as a RDS information or DynamoDB or data warehouse system, Redshift. So Redshift is data warehouse in Azure. This is known as SQL data warehouse. So for DynamoDB, it is known as document service, or nowadays it is known as Cosmos DB in Azure. Now your question might be, yes, so we do understand what is RDS. In RDS, the data will be stored in this shape, and then we can create reports based on this. So it is easier to create reports based on this type of data. So that is relational database system. Now, this is a very simple example of a relational database system. Think of banks where you have thousands of customers, millions of customers, and they have millions of transactions. They are making millions of transactions, and they are making transactions on real money. So their transactions are very, very important. So for these type of information and these type of reports, we definitely need RDS type of database. And RDS type of database is basically a database so it is, just for the importance, all these banks, they all use this system. Second one is data warehouse and Redshift. So the Redshift service of AWS is used for data analytics or for performance reports. So you can say that it is used for analysis, data analytics, or performance reports. So one more thing that I want you to remember is that what is the difference between a normal house and a warehouse? So normal house in real life has everything that we use every day. But what is a warehouse? Warehouse is normally a place where you store information in bulk, and where or maybe we know that all the large stores, they have warehouses. They have warehouse sales and warehouses as well. So warehouse, exactly as we remember that in the real life, the purpose of this warehouse, data warehouses, that all of this data that we store in RDS, and when we need to run large reports on them, you can leverage data warehouse or Redshift. So RDS is for everyday reports and data that is stored within your organization, and Redshift is for performance, is to make analysis on that data and come up with meaningful reports. Now the third one is DynamoDB. DynamoDB is no structured, non-structured databases, non-structured information. Now, what is non-structured information? Everyone, if we can look at this here, in a school, you need to have teachers. So teachers should have name, I mean, they have names. So teachers have names, their education and all that information stored in one table. So they will have one table information in the database. Same goes for the students, their name, their address, their phone number, their emergency contacts, and all that information. But in non-structured data is considered as Facebook data. So for example, on the Facebook, we all know what Facebook is now. Facebook or Instagram or any of the social media website, we have comments section where every day people make comments, and within that comment section, in this box where they post, I mean the post section, in this post there is non-structured data. So it's not that when you post on a Facebook or Instagram or these other websites, people can upload pictures. People can also upload videos. People can also upload huge big stories, a huge big content within these posts as well. So this type of data is referred to as non-structured data. But you still need a storage where you don't have any boundaries. So DynamoDB or DocumentDB or Cosmos DB. So the new word for DocumentDB is Cosmos DB. So this type of data where you don't have a structure, here you see in RDS there is some structure. If the name is there, the name will be anywhere, let's say not a maximum 64 characters, and the age might be just the 5 letters allowed, and there is some structure in this type of data that is known as RDS. And non-structured data is you still need to store something, but there is no structure. So people can put everything. So just remember posts in our social media, that type of data is stored in DynamoDB. So guys, from this slide, we learned 3 important database services. Number 1, RDS. RDS stores structured data. Structured data or structured information, whereas DynamoDB, unstructured, non-structured data, and Redshift is the data warehouse. So Muhammad Sheikh asked a question, going back to your questions here. So first of all, Abdul Wase asked a question, does it mean temporary data? Temporary data in DynamoDB? So your question is about DynamoDB or your RDS? If you can, okay, in DynamoDB. No, it can be your permanent, it is your serious data. I mean, everything on Facebook, when we post something, it is, it's serious for, even if it's a joke, it's important data for that person. So yeah, it's not a temporary data, but it's just that it's just not structured. Second question is, Sheikh asked a question, what about e-commerce? Yes, e-commerce, they all use these databases. For their structured data, they would use RDS. For non-structured data, they would use DynamoDB. And for the analysis of all this data, they use Redshift. In Azure, it is known as SQL Data Warehouse. For RDS, it is just SQL database. And for non-structured data is Cosmos DB. And And the next question is storage of temporary data. Okay, so that's fine. We did reply back. Okay, so what is the time now? Time is 11:30 for me, 8:30 for you. Okay, so so just two more slides and then we can jump onto the portal here. So here now it's very simple to understand the pricing of the AWS. The pricing, how does it price? So so for the first for the pricing, we need to remember that in Amazon, everything is charged by hour for most of the services, and for some of the services is charged by minute, per minute. So let's say it is also charged per minute as well. And here in Azure, everything is charged by minute. So what is meant by minute? Let's say you created a EC2 instance. As soon as the EC2 instance is up, you will be charged by minutes here. So they said in the documentation it is charged by hours, but for some of the services it's charged by minute. But anyhow, this is pay as you go. As soon as you shut down this instance, you won't be charged for anything for EC2 instance. Here just there is a small catch with this. If you're using a premium disk, or if I can put it in very simple words, if you're using a SSD drive with EC2 instance, then you will be charged for the storage. So storage will be charged even if your EC2 instance is up or down. In other words, if you have SSD in your laptop, it will be charged, but AWS will not charge for CPU and memory. So they won't.
SSD is also two, right? One is premium, one is standard.
Yes. So whenever there is SSD, you will be charged.
Okay.
Okay. But if you use standard disk, which is HDD, hard disk drive, then you won't be charged. So in this, you won't be charged when the EC2 instance is down, and you will be charged if EC2 instance is down, you won't be charged for the CPU and memory. And once we create a EC2 instance, you will see that we will see those charges. It's very transparent. I mean, there are no hidden, okay, so yes. So if you have small number of services, it's very transparent. You can see everything within the cost management website. So yes, it is being charged per hour, and some services charged per minute. And there are some services that are all the time charged. So SSD is one of those drives. There are some other services as well. And the second type of, and this is pay as you go. This is all pay as you go. So this is pay as you go. So this is pay as you go. Pay as you go, there are specific charges, but then you can pay for 1 year in advance, 3 years, or 5 years in advance. So 1 year in advance, 3 years in advance, and 5 years in advance. So there is this privilege as well. Now, if you pay for upfront 1 year, and many financial organizations, they don't have any issue paying for all their thousands of servers for 1 year, you will get a huge discount. And the discount goes anywhere from 30%, 40%, even 50% discount in reduced charges. So, and that is a huge. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you have 400 servers in cloud. 400 servers in cloud, and that includes EC2 instances. You have Beanstalk service as well, PaaS services. You have databases as well. So the charges will be anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million. So this is a very rough estimate. This is based on my experience working with so many companies. So this is average charges, 500 in order to manage 400 servers. I'm talking about 400 servers. Now you might think that, oh, this is too much, 501 million. But guys, remember that these companies who are keeping 400 servers in cloud, they are definitely making, they definitely have some business that is making more than this, or maybe 400 or 500% more than this amount. And if they had to manage this the same in their physical data center, it might be more expensive, number one, and it will be more, it will be kind of more complex to manage that, that cost as well. So guys, this page is about pricing models. So there are two types of pricing model. Number one, pay as you go. Number two is you can pay in advance for 1 year. So if a company is going for pay as you go, for 400 servers, that their charges per month will be anywhere from $500,000 to 1 million. And this is on average. I'm just giving you a rough, so this will be around the same, or it might be more as well. So 400 services might have, I mean, this can be, it will be, so 400 servers are not only servers, but they might have many websites and PaaS services. So this can go more than this. It will never be less than this for 400 servers.
So this pay as you go, when we are talking about for our free tier, if we are in within the hours, I don't think we have to pay, right?
Yes. So pay as you go. The third one is, I can say it's a free tier. Yes. So if a free tier, you don't have to pay anything. I mean, if you just start a Ec2 instance and you delete it at the end of the, so you won't be charged anything for a free tier. Okay. What are we trying to compare? We are trying to compare advanced payment and pay as you go. So in pay as you go, if you're paying anywhere from $500,000 to 1 million, $500,000 to 1 million, and when you pay upfront, this cost will be reduced significantly. Most of the time companies goes for 3 years contract, 3 years contract. Most of the companies have 3 years contract with these cloud, AWS and Microsoft. In 3 years, this cost will go 50%. So you will only have to pay 50% of this cost. So that's a significant discount if your company is ready to pay upfront for the 3 years for all of the services, and 50% is a huge 50%. And many of the large companies, they go for 3 years term. And most of the IT environments, if you're coming from IT environment, most of the services are basically their shelf life is 3 years. So so two types of pricing model: pay as you go and reserved instances, or paying in advance. If they pay as you go, the charges will be like this for 400, around 300 to 400 servers. But the main point that I wanted to make, that if they pay in advance, then there is 50% discount offered by these companies, and large companies go for this. On the Azure side, they have Microsoft Enterprise Agreement, which is exactly 1 year, 3 years, and 5 year terms. And by the way, this 1 year, 3 year, and 5 year terms is just recently introduced. Before, it was only a 3 years and 5 years. Now, recently, they started offering 1 year as well. Before, they used to say, you know, if you are interested in 40% or 45 or 50% discount, you need to pay for 3 years. But now they are flexible. They're saying, okay, you can pay for 1 year and also get a discount, but it won't be 50%. Troubleshooting and monitoring in AWS, there is something called CloudTrail. CloudTrail is a logging service. So it's a logging service. So CloudTrail is a logging service. Any service running in AWS, useful when troubleshooting an application. You can find which steps caused failure within CloudTrail. So the word trail is, it will give you a full trail of where service failed, meaning you have Ec2 instance and it failed. So let's say it was working in the morning, and at night at 8 p.m. it failed. So CloudTrail has all of the logging available. So meaning, why did it fail? So at 8 p.m., was it just an immediate crash, or was there anything that was causing the service to go down, and then it went slow, and then it eventually died? So it will give you, CloudTrail will give you a full trail of events happening on this Ec2 instance. So that is what you can remember with the CloudTrail. It's a logging service. I mean, you can, when you go to a CloudTrail, it would say, you know, the disk was at 4 p.m. the disk was at 70% used. And then at 4 p.m. it was 70% used. Then at 6 p.m. the disk was 80% used, and there was alerts. So you will see all of the logs here, and the alerts were sent to whoever was responsible for. And at 8 p.m. the disk was 100% used, and then it went down. So in order to fix this, you went to Ec2 instance, you deleted temporary file and fixed it, and it's fine. But here CloudTrail is the service which is used for logging service. It will give you a full trail of events that happened on the server. CloudWatch, on the other hand, is a monitoring service. So it monitors the traffic. It's a monitoring service. So it's a monitoring service, and monitoring service, you know, they both work hand in hand. So this is monitoring the Ec2 instance, and it is creating that in the logs here. Without CloudWatch, CloudTrail cannot work. So CloudTrail is just a logging service, whereas CloudWatch is the monitoring service. So this is exactly like you have a security guard that is doing both things. When you have security guards in the company, they are actually monitoring and also logging information in on their register as well somewhere. So that security person is using both of the services here. CloudTrail is like logs. Sheikh asked the question. Yes, it is like event logs.
Sir, just can you tell me about the reserved instances? I forgot to write about it. What is the reserved instances?
Yes, reserved instances are bought in advanced. So reserved instances. So you can. So let's take an example of one Ec2 instance. If I buy one Ec2 instance, I will have to pay as you go. So let's say this instance that I bought has 2 vCPUs, and it has some 8 GB of memory. Then maybe it might be I'm charged $46 per month. So I'm just and I'll show you that prices are there in the portal. But so $46. So if you're using this instance and it is on, you will be charged according to this, and this will be multiplied. This will be divided into number of hours that you used. But if you pay for this instance for 3 years in advance, so you're saying that I want to pay for this instance for 3 years for this price, and the price will be fixed, $46 a month. Then they will further give you, they will divide that for the 3 years price. 46 into 72 months, and then divide by 50% with 50% discount. So reserved instances gives discount to organizations.
Thank you, Adnan. Sorry for asking.
No. Please ask questions. Please ask questions. Here we need to make sure everything is clear about these services. Okay, so the next few slides is just to show you the AWS data center. And so going back to what we started with today, guys, just a quick recap. A compute service has 3 important services. Number 1 is EC2. Number 2 is Elastic Beanstalk. Number 3 is AWS Lambda. EC2 is referred to as VM. You are responsible for OS and IaaS, whereas Elastic Beanstalk is a PaaS implementation. You're not responsible for this, but you're still hosting your website on Elastic Beanstalk. And AWS Lambda is just a coding service. You don't need a server. You just write a script, and the script will do all of the necessary in the background to make sure that it is completing the services. So example is that making sure all the EC2 instances are backed up. Example is that all of the EC2 instances are monitored. So that's what AWS Lambda Lambda is. Next one is simple storage. 3 services within storage domain. Number 1, S3, which is referred to as a storage, a disk where you will be storing your files and folders, and also your VMs as well. All will be stored in S3. And then you have a queue service. You can remember that as a text or SMS service. Stores messages and send them where they need to be sent to. And then you have a Glacier. It's a cheaper storage to keep your cold data or the data that you need to keep safe, the data that you need to have in your organization for maybe legal purposes. So legal purposes. We all know that all of these organizations need to keep data for 7 years for all the employees data, all their contracts and all that for legal purposes, so that if they need, so Glacier is used in that case in order to keep those data, data. So since your company needs to keep that data for 7 years, if you keep 7 years of data in S3, that will be very, very expensive. So for that reason, both all the cloud providers, even Google Cloud Platform, they all provide this type of cheaper storage where it is cheap, but you can still keep the data and make sure data is available. Then we have databases. In databases, we need to remember for now just 3 services: RDS, Relational Database System, for structured data, and DynamoDB for non-structured data, and Redshift basically Redshift is for data warehouse services. In pricing, there are 2 things that we need to remember: per hour billing or per minute billing, and it's pay as you go. If you pay as you go, just like in real life, if you're paying everything as pay as you go, and you can think of, anyone can think of any example between if you pay in advance, then you get discount, and if you pay just monthly basis, then you don't get discount. I think there are many, many, many services in real life. So if you know of any service, please write that in the chat window. Guys, we need to relate these all technical stuff to a real life experience. The more you attach them to a real life experience, the more you get a better understanding and the more you will be able to explain in the interviews. So my question to you is that if you can think of any service in the real life, maybe auto insurance, if you pay upfront, would you get discount? And if you pay per monthly, then you get more charges. So just like that, reserved instances, you pay upfront and you get discount.
In insurance, we just save the interest, nothing else. If we pay upfront.
Yeah. So that's for the insurance part. Yes. Yes, postpaid mobile connection. Yes, so that's another. I mean, it's you just pay in advance and you get some discounts there as well. Yes, and Clue membership. Clue membership. Okay. Okay, I'm not aware of this, but yes, Clue membership is, if it is similar to this, then definitely. Oh, yes. Sorry. Okay. Club membership. Yeah, I was thinking yes, club membership for sure. Club membership. Yes. If you pay in advance, definitely you get discounts. So guys, all of these services, as you can see, not difficult to remember, but interviews, they're very important. They're very important. What is S3? What do you know about S3? In the chapter, we'll go into more detail about all these services. Okay. So now AWS structure. What is the time now? Do we need a 5 minutes break just for freshen up? Yes, we do. Let's take a 5 minutes break, everyone. And right after the break, we will continue. So take this time to freshen up, maybe stretching, maybe just moving around, maybe a coffee or tea or anything. And it is interesting. Guys, it is these all services pay off at the end. So there is, if you know all this, this will be this is very, 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 very important, and these services are very simple as well. Okay, Sayed is saying your Asr time. Where are you, Sayed?
Actually, this is Riaz. Somehow the name comes as a Sayyid Riaz, but I go by Riaz.
Okay.
I'm in
Okay.
California.
Oh, you're in California. Okay. Okay. I think we have another person from California as well.
No, that's me. That is me. But it's supposed to go by Riaz.
Asher is also in California. Okay, good.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Okay. So, guys, 5 minutes break, freshen up, and then after the break, we will continue. Welcome back after the break, everyone, and let's continue. Please type yes in the chat window if you're present after the break. Um, okay, so please type yes in the chat window if you're present after the break. Everyone, I need all your attention here. These services are very simple to understand, but we need our full attention in this training so that we are able to kind of easily get into the market. Okay, so first of all, before logging into the lab, here is how the data center looks like. So AWS data center, a single data center typically houses thousands of servers in all of the data center. All the data centers are online, and AWS custom network equipment is there. So thousands of servers are there. And this is another, so this is from the AWS website, and this is from their latest statistics. And so single data center. So first of all, they have thousands of, they have single data center typically houses several thousand servers in there. And here a single data center typically has over 50,000 servers and often over 80,000 servers in one data center. And the storage they use is up to 104 terabytes of storage provision in a single data center. 102 terabytes per second of a storage is a huge. I mean, it's a it's a huge big storage for a data center. And AWS custom network equipment includes all of the latest networking within the data center. Now, data centers are part of availability zones. So then we have availability zone within data center. So within availability zone, we have typically data centers, so made up of one or more data centers, one availability zone, and then designed for fault isolation. Fault isolation is that your so most of the time there is one or more data centers within one availability zone, and availability zones are within the regions. So made up for one or more data centers and designed for fault isolation. Half of your services might be in this data center, and the other half of your services might be in the other data center for fault isolation. Meaning if anything happens in this data center, your services shouldn't go down. So for that reason, your half of the services here, would your customers will feel any slowness in services? No, because these data centers are connected through high speed links, and they have everything to make sure that there shouldn't be any disturbance in using these services. So interconnected with other availability zones using high-speed private link, and you choose your availability zone. You can choose your availability zone, or AWS choose your availability zones according to their own calculations. Then we have regions. So we started with servers, data center, and then availability zone, and then we have regions. So each region is made up of two or more availability zone, AWS 16 regions worldwide, and you enable control data replication across regions. Communication between regions uses public internet infrastructure. So this is a structure, and then you have global infrastructure, which you have regions here. So the yellow circles, they represent regions and number of availability zone. So in Ohio, there are 3 availability zones. And then there are in availability zones, there are in one availability zone, there are 1 or 2 data centers. In Canada Central, there are 2 availability zones. In different places in Sydney, there are 3 availability zones, and within availability zones there are data centers, and data centers have thousands of servers. So this is why companies rely on cloud services. I mean, for businesses to, it was not an easy decision in the beginning. When cloud was introduced, it was not an easy decision for companies to move their complete business to another data center. So since it is highly connected and they have these excellent services, this is why companies rely on cloud services nowadays. And new regions are in green. So these are new regions announced. And in coming few years, you will see more and more regions throughout the world. companies. So EC2 instance. Okay, before EC2 instance, so EC2 instance, okay, so just to recap what we learned here. So we need to actually understand this. So first of all, EC2 instance it refers to as a virtual machine, right? So we already know, if anyone from now on, anyone say, how many EC2 instances or how many EC2 instances are you working in your organization, or how many EC2 instances are there in your company? So basically they're asking how many servers are in your organization. So EC2 instance refer to a just a virtual machine. And this is how it looks like on an EC2 instance. EC2 instances are hosted on physical servers, and physical servers are hosted in data centers. So data centers has physical servers have EC2 instances. So this is where I said previously, this all cloud technology is based on hypervisors. So they are either SCVMM hypervisor or ESXi VMware hypervisor or their own hypervisors. Now, quickly recap this. So this is another slide showing that there are 42 availability zone in 16 geographical regions globally across the world. So now, but how we need to remember? We need to remember in this manner. So we have regions. Regions have availability zones, availability zone 1, availability zone 2, and availability zones have data centers. So data center 1, data center 2, and some has 3 or 4 data centers. And then we have, so we have regions, availability zone, data centers, and data centers have servers, physical servers. So you have physical servers, and physical servers have EC2 instances. Physical servers have EC2 instances. So EC2 instance 1, EC2 instance 2, EC2 instance 3. So this is how, and we work on EC2 instances. So we work on EC2 instances. Even if you go for Elastic Beanstalk, even if Shakil is saying there is no sound. So remember that there is a sound. Is there a sound? Yes, I think everyone can hear me. Shakil, you can, yes, okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, thank you. So Shakil, okay, let him know, just reconnect. Okay, so guys, from the past 3 slides, first of all, please store them in your photo memory. This is our photo memory. Photo memory is the most easiest memory to recall whenever in the interview. So my focus is all on the interview. So what do you see? What you have to experience when you're in the interview, and plus, so for that reason, I keep on reminding everyone, take notes, number one. Also, whenever I'm reviewing anything, just repeat after me. When I'm reviewing, maybe you can just say more words than me when I'm reviewing anything, any service here. And also take it in to your photo memory. This is how I remember as well. So now I can remember that there are 50,000 servers or 80,000 servers in data centers. But most importantly, make a structure like this. So regions have availability zones have data centers have physical servers that has EC2 instances. Okay, Atif is saying, I was having the same issue with the kick kids out of the, Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's the weekend. Kids are busy with their Xbox and YouTube and all. So it might be there might be some voice. So for the voice, I think phone is the best. For the voice, phone is the best. EC2 account. So now, guys, we will be working with EC2 account. So before working with EC2 accounts, we need to understand what is the accounts like. So first of all, whenever the first time,
Sorry.
yes.
Can I just see that slide again, where we were splitting that? Yeah, 1 minute. Go the other one there. This one. 1 minute. Sorry. Yeah. This easy.
Okay, you're writing it. It's fine. Yes.
Done. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. Okay, so EC2 AWS accounts. So there are two types of accounts created in AWS, everyone. Once
Done.
yes, please go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt.
No
Again,
problem.
there was a article I was going through is talking about edge services also. Are you going to talk, or should I?
AWS Edge Services.
No, edge services in the region. There is edge also in the region.
Edge Services, since you asked. Edge Services, I think these are gateway services. I just wanted to make sure.
That's correct, yeah.
Edge locations.
Edge location, that's what it is.
Edge location refers to gateway location where we have VPN gateways and all. We will be covering that in networking
Thank you.
section, though.
Thank you.
So edge location is where end user access services located in AWS. They are located in most of the major cities and used by CloudFront. Yes, so we will be working on CloudFront. So edge location is that. Okay, so we will be covering that in networking lecture. Okay, very good. Yeah, Atif did an excellent job. So instead of me searching for anything, Atif just shared it. Excellent, very good. So guys here, so we are working with AWS accounts. So AWS account is very important to understand that how these accounts work together. Now, when we talk about AWS accounts, so the service that is used, okay. The service that is used. Yes. So the service that is used to manage AWS account is, so there are two services. Number one, the first time when we create AWS account, what happens is that account is known as the root account. So the account that we make our, so AWS is a container for identities and users and resources. So this becomes a container. So the account that we logged in with, is known as a root account. So root account, and so the first time, we all know that first time when we are creating AWS account, you provide an account with name, with so with name, for example, prod or unique email ID and a credit card, you will be given a root account, which is the root account. So root account is considered as basically an account with the full access to all of the services. So root account has access to all of the services, and what you can do with the root account, you can create any resources, you can manage your complete AWS environment, and also credit card is used, and credit card is used to bill to AWS payment method as they are consumed. So credit card is used for that matter. And identity and access management. So first account that we create, that we use in AWS, the first account that we use in AWS is a root account. So I said in the beginning, there are two types of accounts that we deal with in Azure. So first of all, it's a root account. Number two is IAM accounts. IAM account, which is identity and access management, users, roles, and can be used to create and given full or limited access to everyone. So root account is the one everyone, root account is the one that we keep in a safe place. So root account is the one that we don't use to log in real organization, because this is an account that has a key to everything in your environment, everything in the cloud. Whoever has access to your root account can delete and remove everything within your network, or can add anything in your network. So root account is the one that we first time we create, and then we keep it in the safe place. So your question is then what type of accounts that we work on? So then we start creating IAM accounts. IAM accounts are now the user accounts. So for example, so in an organization, if John is admin, as a cloud admin, we will create a admin account for John. If here Tom is a database admin, we will create a database specific account for this. Now, what is the difference between admin account and database account? So Tom will have access only to the database, and John will have access to full admin rights. And in the same manner, if Ali is another user and Ali needs to be responsible of all the PaaS services, so we will create an account for Ali, and Ali will be given access to PaaS. So from this slide, we need to just remember two things. Number one, root account is the one that we created the AWS, or we signed into sign up with the AWS. The very first account that we created is considered as a root account, and that has full privileges. And IAM accounts are identity and access management account, are separate accounts that we create, and then we allow access to everyone. Now, the first time when we create a new account, it has no access. So a new account won't have any access unless we start giving access. So it's a two-step process. Number one, we create an account and then we allow access. So we create this account. Let's say we created this account for Ali, and now we are giving him access to S3 bucket and also to this Ec2 instance. And then likewise, we can create accounts. We can also create groups. So we can create groups and then give access to all of these services. So we can create a group we can create a group and give full access for S3 storage. And then next, we can start adding users to the group. So we can create groups as well. And that is all part of IAM. This is why whenever we log in, whenever we are on the screen, the login screen, so if I can log off from here, we have these two types of accesses. So when we are logging in here, we have root account and IAM account. So IAM account is the one we will be working with, and this is the same question that I think Atif asked in the beginning. Should we be doing everything with the root account? So so what he meant by his question was that root account is a very, very important account in your organization. Nobody will be given this account unless so this will be with maybe your CTO, your CIO or CEO. So all of these people, they will have access to this account. Otherwise, this account will not be given to anyone. We will be creating IAM account instead. So the very first time when we start working with this is we will log in with the root account, and then we will create IAM account. So now guys, we are about to do this lab here. Okay, so there one more thing here. So from the previous slide, we learned that there are two types of accounts in AWS. Number one, root account, which is very important. We don't use a root account most often. It's only used to make any changes in the environment. And secondly, it's IAM account that we will create for all of the users with their specific access. And AWS accounts can contain the impact of admin errors and exploit by bad actors, use separate accounts for separate things, dev and test and prod. Yes. So that's another very important thing, that you don't have, so there is always a risk of, there is always a chance of attacks from hackers from outside. So from outside, hackers can try to hack into your environment, and it's very, very difficult without a username and password, because everything is encrypted within AWS and Azure. They take security seriously, and this is all encrypted. I mean, it will be till now there is no news for the last 10 years that somebody was able to hack into the cloud, because they have multiple layers of security. There are hardware firewalls, then there are software firewalls, and there are so many things, and all the time they are making changes to their security. Why they are making changes to their security all the time? Because the hackers are all the time trying to hack into the system. And it's not only just the hackers. So I'm gonna make him one eye hacker. I'm not able to make a one eye hacker. Okay. So it's not only the hacker that are trying, there are applications, there are bots, there are hacking bots, which are basically computers that are all the time trying to hack into these environments and your application, your smartphone and all that. So from outside, we can say that your environment is protected from outside, but there is always a chance of attack from inside. Now, what is an inside? Inside is your admin user. Your admin user is going against you. Your admin user, let's say, your admin user found an opportunity with your competitor, and before leaving for a competitor, your admin user is trying to copy everything and take it with them, or maybe your admin user is trying to make any destruction within your environment. So for that, AWS recommends that we create users on these different levels. So we create separate users for dev environment. So first of all, we create a test, dev, and prod environment in our within the cloud. So all of the clouds, they have all these three types of environments. So which is, let's say, now some of you might say that what is a dev and test and prod environment? Dev and test and prod environment refers to a separate network for each one of them. So let's say you have 3 EC2 instances, EC2 1, EC2 3, and this is your production. This is where the real users are connected for your business application. This is where this is where you are making money. So this is where you are making revenue. That servers or that network will be referred to as prod network. So this will be referred to as a prod. This will be referred to as a prod network. So this is prod, the servers that are making money. And then you have a dev environment. Dev environment is here you do all your development and then upload to prod. And this is your test environment. So with this point, it's what is required is divide your environment in 3 layers and then go with the least privileges policy. Least privileges policy is that the users who are only required to work on test, they should have only access to test environment. The users should have that only environment of dev. They should have access to only dev environment and not test or prod environment. So AWS or any cloud environment, AWS or any cloud environment, it is recommended that you go with the policy of least privilege, which is also known as PLOP, policy of least privilege. We will be learning that in the test within the security chapter. But here, whenever since it is about the accounts, since you create accounts, make sure that only legit people have access to all your environment. Ajmal asked a question, there is a cat on the bucket. Yes, so it's just to make it, so cat on the bucket refers to enjoyment, I guess. Okay, and Tomcat, yes, Abdul is referring to Tomcat. Tomcat is a software that is used. So guys, from this slide, takeaway is root account, IAM account, and also make sure that we follow the policy of least privilege. Least privilege, only the required people who absolutely need access to a resource, they should be provided access. Okay, so now let's create a
Mr. Adnan?
Yes, please go ahead.
So there's a two-part question I have. In Azure, I forgot that where was this assignment, or how they assign in the people. For here in AWS, it's look like when I go into the company to go and work for someone, they will create my IAM account. I won't be having a root account. Is that correct
Exactly,
to say?
exactly. Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly. So your first part of the question, where we have covered PLOP, which is policy of least privilege in Azure. Actually, we covered that when we created an IAM account. So remember that we created IAM account in Azure, and then we provided that user access to app service, or on a resource level or on a VM level. That is basically what that policy is. So we provided that use access to that, only that particular VM and not to the complete environment. Okay. And I would request Riaz, you can just call me Adnan instead of Mr. Adnan. That, I mean, feels like really formal. We are working here as a team. I know that. Okay, thank you.
I won't. I know
No,
I
no.
don't. I just came out, as I always do that, Adnan, but I just came out. But
Excellent, excellent. No
you
problem, no
have that
problem.
characters that I have to call. Everybody can agree that you are humble and
We
very.
all have the same characters. Thank you so much. We all have the same characters. You guys have so much patience sitting here, listening and, understanding. But I'll be most happy at the end of this training if we are all coming out with flying colors. I mean, having that patience of listening and going through this 4 hours of training is a huge, for sure. Thank you so much. Guys, let's now in the lab, this is what we are about to do. So first of all, we will be logging in. So in the lab is about everyone, please log in. Please log in into the portal. What we need to do is, first of all, we will log in with root user account. Okay, so we will log in with a root user account, and then we will enable MFA on this account. So the very first requirement, everyone, is that we enable MFA account. So what is MFA? MFA is multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication, and this is a recommendation from all the cloud providers, especially in AWS. So multi-factor, so I'm going to say multi-factor authentication. So multi-factor authentication, everyone, it refers to, so first of all, what is a multi-factor authentication? It has the word multi. Multi means it has 2 types of authentication. So first of all, have we experienced this in our real life? Yes, we are experienced that in our real life. In real life, when we log into our banking website, nowadays all the banks, they offer multi-factor authentication. They're saying when you're on our website and when you're trying to log into your account, you can set up multi-factor authentication by getting a code as well. So it's not only that you will use your ATM card and PIN, you will also need to provide a code that you will receive on your phone. So this type of authentication is known as MFA, or multi-factor authentication. So one more time, when we log into the bank, what do you need? You need your ATM card and PIN. And long time back, we only used to use ATM card and PIN. And now what we do is now we can also set up a phone code as well. So as soon as you log in, you will receive a code on your phone. And then unless you use this phone, you won't be able to log in. So this is now 2-factor authentication, and Gmail as well. Yes, Abdul Wasi said it's a Gmail as well, and also WhatsApp as well. So many of the organization, so 1 factor, this is 1 factor, your username and password, and 2nd factor is phone. So in order to log in successfully, you need both of the things. So this type of login, if you need to enable in the cloud, it is known as MFA, multi-factor authentication. Now, in order to do this, what we do, so first we will log in the lab as a root account, then we will enable multi-factor authentication. guys, we are going to need an application on our smartphone. So I think everyone sitting here has a smartphone. If anyone doesn't have a smartphone, just say no. In the chat window, I think most of us has smartphone. We need to install an application called Authenticator. Authenticator. You can go to your Google Play Store, or you can go to your, if you have an iPhone, you can go to your, so I have a, Samsung, so it's Android Play Store, but what is it called in iPhone? I think this is just a Play Store, App Store. Oh yes, App Store. So you can go to App Store or a Play Store. You can download this application called Authenticator. So and Authenticator will be the application that will work with MFA, and then it will be a two-factor authentication that we will be using. So first of all, first step is so while we are doing this, so first of all, we will log in. We will enable MFA. Yes.
There is
go ahead.
two. One is called Microsoft Authenticator. That is the one we have to download.
Yes, Microsoft Authenticator. Yes. So it is.
And then add account means like our AWS account.
Add account. Add account. Yes. No. Hold on. So just wait while you. So there is a next step there is one step that we need to do from the portal. So if you have installed the application, that's fine. This is what is required at the moment. Okay. So once the application is installed, let me know in the chat window, please, everyone, we need to be more and more interactive. I know if some of us are relaxing, okay, I mean, I think nobody is relaxing here. We are all here to learn. So I need an answer from everyone. Everyone.
Microsoft or Google?
It's Microsoft Authenticator. Just
Okay.
use Microsoft Authenticator.
Okay, I missed that part. We are installing an application on our laptop?
Oh, sorry about that. Yes, on the phone. On the phone.
On the phone.
Yes, on the phone. Just go to App Store or a Play Store and download this application called Microsoft Authenticator.
Okay.
So Matchpin is asking, why is AWS using Microsoft Authenticator? Actually, Microsoft Authenticator is it's a general application by Microsoft, and many cloud providers rely on this. You can also use Google Authenticator. You can use any other authenticator as well. It's just an authenticator information, and once we use it, it will make more sense. But your question is logical. In AWS and Microsoft, since they are two different companies, AWS should have their own authenticator. But Microsoft Authenticator is most famous, is being used for all applications mostly. Okay, so please let me know if the application is installed. Okay, so now let's go into the portal, and here let's log in. So I'm going to log in. Authenticator application is installed, and now we are going to log in, because we are going to need this Authenticator application. Abdul asked a question, do we also install AWS or on our smartphone? Not required at the moment. If you want the AWS, once you install it, it will just give you the portal. You won't be able to make any changes, but it will give you an overall portal view. So if you want to experience that will be fine. So root account. So I'm going to log in with the root account.
Spelling mistake.
Spelling mistake. So spelling mistake, TRAINING.
Gmail is wrong.
Oh.
Gmail, yeah.
Okay. So spelling mistake, and we fixed it, and we are logging in. Okay. So okay. So Abdul, can you have Authenticator app in any way? I mean, maybe try stealing your wife's phone for maybe just half an hour or something. Okay, so that was just a joke though.
Is that possible?
Yeah, that's for sure. Even I said it in a low tone, so that uh, she doesn't get an impression that I do this. Okay, so okay, going back, but we need to have that experience, everyone.
So
Authenticate.
Atan bhai, like, I mean, are we using a new email address to create this account, or?
No, same. We are working with the same one, and we are going to enable MFA on our root account. Since root account is a very, very important account, root account, we want to have two-factor authentication on that.
Ah, okay,
So,
got it.
okay. So once you have the application, an application will be something like this. So this is the icon for this application, Authenticator app. And if we look at it at images, so this will look like something like this. So for now, you don't have any accounts on that application. It will be empty. So if you click on the three dots, then you can add any application. So for now, we'll just leave it as is. And we will jump back to our console. And from the console, I want you to go to services and then go down to security. Go down to security and go to IAM. So we need to go to IAM to enable MFA. So we are about to enable MFA and we go to IAM. So here in the chat, I am going to write these steps if somebody is falling behind. So we go to
What about, is IAM Authenticator different than the account MFA? There are two MFAs, right?
IAM Authenticator.
Yes. Is it different for IAM?
In the application?
Yeah. So let's say if you go on your username on the
If I
top right
go
corner,
to my,
on the top right corner,
okay, right here,
and then click on security credential.
security credentials.
So this is where I basically enabled my MFA. You see
Okay,
that?
that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying is this the place or that the place? Right?
Yeah. I did it from here, so I'm not sure what.
Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Both places will take us in the same area. So I mean, that's an easier way to go through right from here. Next time we can go from here as well, my security credentials, or you can come right from here as well. Once you're in IMA here, and in the IMA,
IAM.
IMA. Oh, sorry about that.
IAM, sorry.
IAM. Sorry about that. Our typing, our actions are faster than our thinking, or it's the other way around. I think thinking is faster than writing. Okay, so the very first thing that I want you to do is here, this is our IAM, Identity and Access Management dashboard, okay? First one. So here, there are some best practices. So one of the best practices, enable enable MFA, multi-factor authentication. For extra security, we recommend that you require MFA for all of the users in this, okay? So this is the option that where we need to go for. But the very first thing I want to show is this one, sign in URL. Whenever we create any user, we need to provide this URL to the user. So here, if you can, so for now in your on your console, you will see a number here instead of past trainings. You can edit this to make it simple for users to understand. So you can click on, I think you might have a word custom or something, whatever you have here. I have added because I've already added it. So just you can change it to any meaningful, most of the time customize, okay? So yes, you can click customize and you can type your organization name. So then this link will make more sense for your company employees to just use this link instead of just a number. So that is one thing. Secondly, We will go to enable MFA and click on right here. Sorry,
Adnan,
here. So enable MFA. Yes.
Sorry, sir.
Once you go to the
Where is that
account,
customize link?
we go on
Customize.
customize and enter the name, and then
That's it. Just click OK.
Where is it? Where is
I
it?
mean
Sorry,
create
I
allies,
didn't-
right? Create. I don't have OK. I have create.
Click.
Yeah, because you
create.
haven't created. That's why you have
Yes.
create.
Yes.
Okay.
Brother Adnan already created. That's why it says edit.
Yes. So just click create. Once you click create, your URL will change.
Well, then I don't see that create. Where is it?
Okay. So I
It
think
says customize.
yes, it is
Yes, customized,
customized. But I think you're on a different page. Are you on the same page or a different page? I think you're on a different page. If you're on this page, then you won't find it. So if you're on this
Oh,
page,
yeah.
you won't have it here.
I see customize. I see the customize.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, you're most welcome. And I'm gonna go down again here, IAM, and enable FM multi-factor authentication on this. So root user account, just enable this. So everyone just click on this option, enable MFA on root account. So in here now, this is the same place where I think it was Riaz or Shakil mentioned that you're on this page. So on this page, you can enable multi-factor authentication. So just click on activate MFA.
Oh, first we have to do that before you go and create a sign in URL.
It's not necessary, but it is just it's just a good practice to provide a meaningful name to your organization's URLs.
All right. So when I entered the allies for account in it's giving me error saying that specific value of associate allies invalid. It must contain only digits, lowercase letter.
So
and
what have you written?
Skyjoy.
Just a word, or are there any dots or anything?
I tried with the number 2. I put Skyjoy 1, 2, 3. It didn't took it. Then I did a Skyjoy. It didn't took it. So
really, is there a space?
No.
By refreshing the page, it gave me the same error.
So refreshing the page gives you the same error.
No, I refreshed the page and then it worked.
Okay, yeah. So maybe you can refresh
thanks.
the page. Maybe it's already there and you're trying to override it.
Yeah, the account might already be there.
Yeah. Okay. Enable MFA, you need to go onto this page and activate MFA, everyone. And once you're here, there are 3 types of MFA that you can enable: virtual MFA, U2F, security key, and other hardware MFA. So these 2 are hardware related MFA where your company needs a special device. So for now, we are going to go with virtual MFA. So we are going to go with virtual MFA, first option, and continue. Once we are here, it will provide us this QR code. Now this QR code is now required on the application that we have. So the application, from the application, we need to add these code 1 and code 2. So the way it works is that from this application, go to your smartphone, and from the smartphone, just click on 3 dots here. And within the 3 dots, just click on add account.
Brother Adnan, I think I missed it somewhere. I couldn't find those things. Root user MFA from where I got it. I don't know.
Yes, so no problem. So which means that so this is another very important point everyone. It is very easier to lost in these hundreds of services, especially in the real environment as well. I would say always start from the dashboard. Go back and always start from the dashboard, or maybe always start from the services. And from the services, you need to go to IAM.
Okay. Let me go 1 minute. Huh?
Sure. So go to services, and you can
services.
Either you can type in that search IAM here.
Okay.
And then click on
IAM. And click on?
Click on IAM once you search.
Yeah.
Is it
Okay.
clicking? Okay.
Yes.
So now
Now
you're,
I see security alert, enable MFA.
yes, just enable an MFA. Exactly. Now you're on this screen.
Okay.
And from here, you need to activate MFA.
MFA. Okay.
And from here, you need to select virtual MFA device.
Okay.
And from here,
Continue.
now we need to scan. Yes, continue. Do you see this screen?
Show QR code.
Yes.
Show QR code. Okay.
So now go to your smartphone and you will see a screen like this. You won't have all these numbers, but it says at the top accounts, and on the side, it has these 3 dots. So when you click on the 3 dots, there you can need to click on add account, or actually you can, yes, add account.
Okay.
And then within
It
add,
actually just says personal account, work or school account, or other account.
yes. So once you click on the 3 dots and you say add account, then inside you need to select personal account. So the
So
next
scan
one is,
barcode now.
yes. So just scan the barcode. And once you scan it, it will give you, it should show you Amazon Web Services on the main screen.
Yes.
Okay. And then you click on this and it will give you a code. So this code that you see will change every 30 seconds. So you need to enter this code. If this is about to end, you need to wait for the new code and enter this first code in the first on the website.
Okay.
So my first code is 141258. And then the second code comes.
Okay, first code is added.
Yes. So the second code comes after 30 seconds. You need to enter the second code as well. So
okay, I got second code.
Yes, my second code is 524995. So this code will keep. Yes. So once you enter both codes, then just click on assign MFA.
Successfully done.
Excellent.
Now the question here, like with multi-factor authentication we are enabling, in case if we lose the phone, then what will happen?
Yes. So in case we lose the phone, then for that reason, we need to keep that. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. If we lose the phone, then we need to keep that QR code with us in a safe location. So you can, anytime you can scan that code and then you can enter the two numbers again. So for example, if I'm here logged in with a root account, and for sure, once you have, so root account is only one within AWS. We will create other accounts that will have the same privilege. So recommended is at least you will have same privilege another account. So so in this case, I will remove this. So I'm removing my MFA access. Okay, so first of all, I need to sign in because I just enabled it. And then I'll come back and then I'll take a picture or print the QR code and keep it somewhere. So anytime you lose your authenticator, then you need to, on a new phone, you will install the authenticator, scan the code, and then enable MFA again.
Right. God, difficult.
Yes, it is just difficult for the first time, but once it is set, it's a good security. I mean, even if someone hacks your username and password, they won't be able to log in without your phone. So phone is most of the time with you.
Adnan?
Yes, please go ahead.
So I think there was Shakil who was taking care. So if you don't mind, would you please, can I go back to IAM dashboard and sign in URL, and next line is customize. From there, it's not
Yes.
helping me. Can you, if you take me through, or
No
you want me
problem.
to
No
do
problem. No problem.
right now or after the class?
No, we can fix it right now. So
Thank you.
so
So I
what?
click on customize.
No, just a second. Let me see your screen. So I'm gonna stop sharing mine, and you can share your screen. Can you, or you're on different?
No, I'm on the laptop. Zoom. Let me go back.
So right here, we can just
Share the
quickly see.
screen. I
Yes.
did that.
Just share
I
a
clicked
screen.
it. Excuse me. Oh, are you able to?
No, we are not able to see your screen. Can you try again, please?
Okay. Oh, I know. Okay.
You have to click share screen. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I did, boss.
Okay. So now go to what's the error message?
Not an error message. So I'm here on customize, right?
Right.
That's what you ask us to do.
Yes. So click on customize and enter a name.
Okay, here you go. And create, right?
Try to use small letters.
All?
All. Yeah, say small letters in the instructions there.
Oh, I should have read. Oh.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No issues. So it's done. Now, since we are here, have you completed the other part as well, or you want to complete that?
Please, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So I do this one, right?
No.
No.
Oh,
no.
I go back on phone now.
No.
Here, the first line that you see under security alert says enable an MFA. Up. Above this.
There you go.
Yes. So now here you activate. And here your virtual MFA device. Continue. And show the QR code. Click on show. So guys, this is where you need to, no, not here. Just say, click on show QR code. So this is what we can save, print, and keep it in a safe location. If we lose our authenticator phone, we can just recreate the codes. Now open your phone, Shakil.
I did.
So from the phone, just scan this picture. And for everyone else, please log out of the portal and then log in with using MFA, and let's test it. So everyone, please log off from portal and log in with root account and authenticator. Let's see if it's working for you.
So I got the number. Where should I add it?
So yes, on this website, just scroll down. Just scroll down and enter the first number in the code.
Oh, it's just still not yet. Okay, 850-972. Okay, done. And then
wait for 30 seconds. No, wait for 30 seconds. And once the code is changed, enter the second code. So guys, in the chat window, let me know if you were able to successfully test the MFA.
Okay, then assign MFA, right?
Assign MFA, that's it. Very good.
Successful, done. Close?
Yes, close this. Yeah, close.
Okay.
And you can stop sharing your screen now. So now you can log off from here. Log off. Okay, so we can do it on your screen. Yes, please go ahead, Ajmal.
On the self.
So one thing.
Go ahead,
Ajmal.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the one part I want to remember, write it down, that you are mentioning that we need to keep something in writing or take a picture. Did we pass that point, or we are still able to take?
So no. So once you are at that point where it shows you the QR code, that you need to save and take a picture. So even you can do it next time. So you can manage, once you log in, you can delete that and log back in, and you can get that QR code again as well.
Oh, so I mean, I can do like a practice 3-4 times and
Exactly.
keep the last one.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. Okay.
And here from here, what do I do?
So just log off from the screen, and if you can, let me share my screen. So if
Thank
you
you, Riaz, for letting us have another practice on your screen.
Oh, pleasure is always mine.
Okay.
Thank you.
very
No,
good.
I learned a lot from you too, Shakil and Atif. I mean, you guys are awesome, man.
Very good, guys. Teamwork is very, very important in this. So how many people are able to successfully test this out? Shakil, Nosheen, Majibeen, Ashish, Abdul Wase. So Abdul Wase is asking, the Authenticator app keeps on generating 6-digit code every 30 seconds. Yes. So it is 24/7. That's a security, that is a security feature. So you don't even remember the code, and the code will be changing. So even if, somebody hacks your phone and your username and password, which will be very rare, other than someone very close. Because most of the time you can set up security on that application as well. You can use the app locker. You can even, have a thumb impression. But I think by default, there is a security on this phone. So I'm going to log off. So I'm going to log off and log in with the authenticator. So Noshin asked the question, it works like a RSA token. Exactly. So we can think of this as a new technology. So RSA, you have to have that RSA token available that changes code all the time. But now that we can work with these applications as well.
Adnan?
Yes, please go ahead.
On my cell phone, my MFA, like a Microsoft Authenticator, is locked. So how do I proceed?
Okay, so on your cell phone, Microsoft Authenticator is locked, which means that you have an app lock on your machine, or why is it locked?
That's the question. I don't know.
No, but you yourself logged it with some application. Is this the first time you installed Authenticator, or was it there from before?
First time it was, but then I uninstalled and then reinstalled the second time.
Okay, so which basically is logged from your app, from your some app locker app. Do you have any app locker app on your phone?
It asked me, so then I allow, right?
Right. So I mean, okay. So this is your phone and the application issue. You can resolve that later on, but you can use Google Authenticator as well for this. Not necessarily just download Google Authenticator.
That's fine. I'll do that. But the thing is, my account, it is asking MFA.
Oh. Oh man, yeah. Without MFA, there is nothing in this world that you can log in with. And
oh my God.
so that's I mean, that's the security you need, right?
Let me restart my laptop and my cell phone then.
In any circumstances, you lose a lot of money in the bank if you don't have this.
But these applications that are sitting in cloud, they're more than money, because there are many applications, and you're using services and applications. So it's not just one stream of revenue that you're gaining from this. There are multiple streams of revenue. So for that reason, I think security is very, very important in this case.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
I wrote down that there's 3 types of MFA accounts. I didn't write down anything after that. And I can't go back to that screen either, so.
No, you can once we create another account, or we can go to, so yes, there are 3 types of, so your question is about the other 2 types, or you're just asking that was there anything else that we need to take notes of?
No, like if they ask me in an interview that how many types there are,
right,
I should be able to explain the different types, right?
Right.
So I was just wondering if we could go over the other 2, or.
Yes. So yes, it's a valid question. The reason why I'm not going there on the other two types is that in the security chapter, we'll be going into more detail. At the moment, we're just going over IAM features and we need to create other accounts. So for now, we're only working with the virtual MFA. Okay, so for that reason, I didn't explain the other one, but on a very high level, the other two are based on hardware MFA. So just like a token service, so virtual MFA meaning you don't need a hardware, it's an appliance, it's a software, it can work. But for the other two, they need to be configured once you buy a hardware authenticator, and that will be connected to your network, and that needs to be configured inside AWS.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I
You
resolved
most,
it.
oh, you resolved it? How did you resolve it? It will be interesting for everyone.
It was asking for the unlocker. Unlocker, there was my password, like it was my cell phone password, but it was asking on the Microsoft Authenticator. The same, when you lock it, you have to unlock the.
Right.
But it was asking me on the multi-factor Microsoft Authenticator. So I put the same password, and it's through.
You're lucky that you remember the password.
Thank you for sharing, Ajmal.
Okay, very good. Okay, everyone. The next important thing is now we are about to create a user. So now we need to create an IAM user. Since we already decided that we are going to keep a root account in a safe location, excuse me, and we're not going to use a root account for any other services. So here, what we are going to do is go to IAM, and we are about to create a user. So in the user, so on this dashboard, there are users, roles, policies, identity providers. First of all, we are going to go to users, and within users, we are going to add a new user. So these users, so just like we said in the beginning, there is a root account, and then there are other accounts. So there is IAM account. So two types of accounts. So here now we are about to create a IAM account, and the username you can provide any username. I am going to create my.
Sorry,
username.
Adnan, can you go back to the screen and do it again?
Yes.
Sorry.
No problem.
Can you go back to the screen?
So yes, so just go to IAM. Now you should be able to see IAM in the recently visited link on this side. And you can go to IAM and then go to users.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. So one more thing, everyone. These labs are very simple, but then there are other labs that are complex, and it will be very, very difficult for everyone to follow. So sometimes some students would like to first understand and then go through the lab. So I will be providing short videos for this as well. And tonight the videos will be uploaded for the authenticator, for the user creation, for the group creation, everything that we are doing here. So if you're not able to follow for any reason, I mean, this is a simple lab, you will be able to follow, but then there are some other labs that are complex and there might be troubleshooting, and we won't have, I mean, there won't be time for us to troubleshoot all of the machines and then bring everyone onto the same page. So if in that case, if you're not able to follow, the video will be provided and that will be your homework. And actually this, in any case, this will be your homework. We're doing this lab in the class and you need to do that twice before the next lecture.
What is the purpose of this users?
So the purpose of a user is that now since we need to secure the root user and we won't want to use the root user, we are creating another user with the same access. Okay, and now, okay, so you might have a question that if we are creating another user with the same access, then what is the meaning? Why can't we just use the root user since you're creating another user? Guys, when we create some other users with the same access, we can audit their actions. So for example, you have 3 admins and all of them are using a root account. So you won't be able to audit who did what in the cloud. But when you have specific users, we can audit that this admin did these changes and this admin those changes. For that reason, we are creating IAM users.
Is it this sort of service is available in Azure also?
Yeah, I think so. It's very similar to the IAM, right?
We created the IAM users in the Active Directory. In Active Directory.
Option to edit the other admins.
Option to edit the other admins. Audit. Yeah, there is. In the activity log, you can see, and even here you can see in the logs or in monitoring, you can set up alerts as well. Logs are in all of the cloud providers. Okay. So for now, let's create a user, everyone. So I'm going to add a new user, and I am going to create a user for myself, adnan.heather. So this is my username, and there are two types of access I can provide to this user. So one type of access is programmatic access, and the second type is just a console access. So if you go with console access, meaning that this user will only be able to log into the console, and with this user won't be able to run any scripts. So in this case, we are going to provide a programmatic access as well for this user. Now the difference between the two is that the second type of access is we already know that if I enable this, user will be able to log into the console. Let's say if I don't enable this, then user won't be able to log into the console, but user will be able to log into whatever user will be able to use this account with scripting or with CLI or with other applications. Now, going by definition, programmatic access is it enables an access ID or secret access key for AWS API, application programming interface, CLI, SDK, and development tools. So for now we are enabling this, but later once we create PaaS services, then we will use it. For now we won't use it, but we are enabling this access. But at the moment we will use this account to log into the console. So at the moment, we are more interested in AWS Management Console. Programmatic access, we will be using that later on with CLI and Ec2 instances. Okay, and the next thing that we need to do is auto-generated password. Do you want? Yes.
Username is not supposed to be an email address. It could be anything.
It can be anything. Yes, it's not supposed to be an email address. It can be anything, any other user. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
If you remove the dot, it will accept. It won't accept.
No, it will.
No, you put just Adnan. Yeah, Adnan. Space. Yeah, space. See that?
Space. So it won't accept the space, but it will it will.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, good. So Adnan, so I'm just making it my first name and last name as my user ID, and so Majbin asked a question, how do you invite a guest account? Just like in Azure, we can. So there is another way. For now, we are just creating a directory user. So this is a user that will be inside inside the directory services of AWS. So everyone just create a username and provide both type of access. And this is a temporary password that will be given to the user. And when the user logs in, user needs to set up their own password. So you can provide your own company password. Sometimes they would just say password 1. Sometimes they would have their own guest password for all of the users. I'm going to select auto generate, and we will provide auto generated password, and the next time when the user logs in, will need to log in with the new password.
But we can do also like custom password and then remove this require password reset.
You can do that. Yes, this is, but all the company policies are that users must have their own password. So, but if you do that in this case, then it means that admins has the password as well. And the user.
Because it's you only, right?
Yes, it's me
because
only.
Your own ID.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're creating your own ID, but let's say you're an admin and you need to create an ID of 100 other people. So
Yeah.
in that case, this makes sense that when the user logs in, they need to select their own password. Right?
So if
We
it's
also
auto-generated, go ahead, sorry.
if it's auto-generated, then how is the user going to get this password?
Exactly. So in the next screen, we are going to download a CSV file. It's just a file that we need to provide to the user with the link and username and password. So it's a good question. How would you know which password it is? It's in the next screen. Okay.
I had a question as well. So could we
Yes.
do the auto authentication as well with the Microsoft app for the users as well?
So your question is, can we enable MFA for this user as well? Is that what your
Yes.
question is? Yes, we
Yes.
can. Yes.
Okay.
So auto-generated or custom, most of the organizations, they have their set passwords for the first time login. So you can have that set up as well. Anyways, when the user logs in for the first time, he or she needs to enter that password. Okay. So I'm going to go to the next screen, and in this screen now you need to provide a type of access for this user. So we decided that this user will be the admin user for this portal. So for that, I'm going to go into create a group. So first I need to create a group, and then I need to provide him type of access that this user needs. So for example, if this user needs to be an overall admin of the portal, then I would need to select administrator access. And there are all these different type of access available. So there is administrator access available. Let's say if this person is just a database admin, then only that specific function administrator type of access is available as well. But here we want this user to become a administrator access. So first of all, we will provide a group name. So I'm going to provide a group name of as AWS admin. So in this case, PaaS is the organization name, and then AWS is the cloud, and admin is the role. So just you can have any other name for the group, and then select admin access, administrator access. We can do that once the user is created as well. I mean, once the user is created, you can go to groups and create a group and then make him a member of the group. Since this is part of the user creation process, that is why we are creating a group and we are providing administrator access. So once you do, just click on create group. And once you create a group, now user is part of this group. Next time when you create a new user, you don't need to create a group. You will just make him part of PaaS AWS admin group. So next, this is a tag window. Tag is optional. Tag is just is a job function or the department. So here I'm going to say department is IT department, or maybe it's a finance department, whatever department. It's a tag just for you to remember that what type of users are for maybe billing purposes, maybe reporting purposes. You want to see that how many users are in IT department, so that can be done through tagging, but it is optional. You can leave it empty as well. And this is the screen. This is where it's a summary screen. It shows us that the username is this. If you want to change anything, you can go to the previous screen. And the type of access this person has is programmatic access. Yes, please go ahead.
On the key, it's saying to add a key. Tag key is required.
Tag key is required. Where is it saying that?
The back one, on the department, the one you put key, department and IT.
Here?
So there is another tag. Mean another tag. If you want to.
This one?
Yeah. If I leave blank and just put the value as IT, it's telling me to add the key also, like a department.
Yes, yes. So which means that these both are required. So at least the key and the value is required.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So I'm going to go to the next screen. This is a summary, auto-generated password, and the password will be reset once the user first time logs in. Permission boundary is not set at the moment. And then here you have a group assigned to the user. The tag is there. Now this next screen is a very, very important screen where you can download the user. So this screen, you will see it only first time when the first time user account is created. So from this screen, you need to download this CSV file. This CSV file will be provided to the user with their access key and everything, or we can send email as well. But this will be, you can see that just one time. So what happens if you don't save this, if you don't download and you don't email it to the user, then you need to delete the user and recreate the user, because this key, this access key and security key is generated only once when we create this user account. Okay, so in this case, I am going to download this. So the file is downloaded. And in the file, if I open this file, so the file is something like this. So within the file, we can see that here we have the username. This is the temporary password, the auto-generated password. This is the access key. This is the security key. And this is the link that user needs to use when logging in. So this is the information that we need to provide. Now, username password makes sense that username and password will be used to log in. And this is the link where user needs to go to log in. And Abdul Wasi is saying voice is dropping. Is the voice dropping for everyone? Yes. So right here, but access key and the security key. So access key and security key are used for programmatic access. Always remember, once we are in CLI, what is CLI? CLI, we run commands, PowerShell scripts, we can run scripts. So within the scripts and the development tools, we use these two keys. Normally in logging in, we don't use these two keys, access key and the security key. So I'm going to keep that on the side so that when I log in, I will copy this. So so please open that Excel sheet, open that file once you download, because we are going to need this username and password and the link. So the link is right here as well. In this case, user account is created. All I need to do is to go to this link and test this user ID now. So I will click on this link. This will open in another tab. And with this link, it will take us directly to IAM user login screen. So here you don't see the root login screen. Root login screen only appears on the first screen. I mean, when you go on, when you're logging into the AWS, the main portal screen, you can see that root account. But here on this screen is for your company employees, where they can use their IAM user account. So the account ID is this. Now I'm going to need this information. I'm going to need my username. And I'm going to need the password. And sign in. So once I sign in, it's asking for the old password, and also I need to enter a new password. So password is changed and we are logged in with this account. So this is now that we are logged in with IAM account.
So probably now, if you can go to the security, you probably be able to do the MFA authentication for this account.
So we can go to security credentials. And here we see user can change password, credential.
If we don't note down that account ID, they cannot log in?
If you don't note down the account, if you don't download that
No,
CSV and you don't provide it to them, for sure they cannot log in.
no. Actually, I created my own account and I know the password. And then the thing is, it's asking for account ID. I don't know the account ID. Go scroll up. Go scroll up.
Yes, yes, I remember. So there is account name and account ID. Account ID is your username.
But if the account ID is not there, if I'm just putting my username which I've created and trying to log in with that like on the top you have Adnan.Heather, I created Shakil Khan. So, but it's asking me for that account ID also. This one, AWS account ID, this one.
AWS account ID. Yeah, this number. Or
Yeah.
remember that we customized that name to past training. Remember on that first screen URL where we customized this name to a where you said where you were getting that error message. So
Yeah.
that is your account ID.
Okay. So I'll try that.
But you haven't downloaded the CSV file?
No, because it did not create CSV file because I did not give that created automatically. I did my because it's my own account.
Okay. It's your own account, but
So I did not say system create. I give the password and I said user does not have to change the password in next login.
And for that reason, it didn't provided you the CSV file download option.
Yeah, it didn't provide me.
Okay. So here, everyone. So now, are you able to log in or not?
I'm trying. Okay, hold on.
But if you're not able to log in, then you can log back in with the root account and create a new account with exactly how I did it.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. So guys, here we have created this account. So now this account it exists here in the users. So in the users, the account is here, access key and the password is there as well. Within the group, we also created one group. So that group is created when we created the user account with full admin rights. Here we can create more groups and we can add more members to the group as well. Okay, so here we have next thing within the same IAM. So first of all, we are logged in with IAM. So now we should be clear at this point that there are two user accounts. One is root level user account. The other one is IAM account. I'm logged in with IAM account and I have full access to the environment. You can create more users and not give them admin access. We can restrict their access to only resources that they are allowed to use. But now we can also log in with this account as well.
Okay, brother, I think I logged in with that account which I created.
Okay, very good. So you use the number or you use the name?
I used because when we customize, I put some characters, right? I know those characters and I just type those characters.
Okay, very good. So how much time do we have? Okay, we have 15 minutes. So guys, before leaving, let's, there is one more important lab that we need to do, and I will provide you all of these labs within our Google Drive. Okay, so how many of you not have access to the Google Drive?
Me, I don't have access.
You don't have access. Okay.
Adnan, I have access, but I have one question.
Yes, please go ahead.
On the top one, you see user. When you go on the user, you will see add user and delete user, right? So if I need to add another user, I can just click on add user and give him a database administration. Do the same procedure and add him as a database administrator, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
And for MFA, if we want to create enable that MFA, can he use the same authenticator which we have on the phone?
Yes, absolutely. So we can go into this user, and once we are in the user, where is the settings? Within the user, there is security credentials, and within security credentials, if you scroll down, there should be enable MFA.
Multi-factor authentication. somewhere.
No, actually, so if it is not here, it should be here somewhere, but actually you can enable it right from here as well. Your security credentials, and it's right here, multi-factor authentication.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same procedure. We can
But
enable this.
this person can also use the same telephone number, which like, because I have the phone and it's the same, both the IDs are mine, so I can use the same authenticator in my phone.
Yes. So which means wherever you scan that QR code, so whichever phone you're scanning that QR code, meaning you're authorizing that phone to act as an authenticator for your account.
Okay.
So how many accounts? There's a limit on any accounts that you can add on a single phone, or
On the authenticator?
Yeah.
No, there is no limit. You can add
Nice.
any number of accounts, any number of services. So it's just
Okay.
an authenticator app.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay. So
While you pass, you said you can we need to write it down, the authenticator information. So every time we open up, add up anybody, you still have to write down authenticator.
sorry, can you repeat your question again?
Like you said, we can add number of individuals to this account from here on. But every
Yes.
time we do that scan and everything, we have to keep that record somewhere for all those people.
So you're asking that within AWS, when we create 500 users, do we need to keep that record of 500 users? Is that what your question is?
Well, it's already there. No, I'm going back on the authenticator portion.
Yes, on authenticator, if you're saying that if we have multiple accounts, do we need to keep a record of that in authenticator, right?
Yeah, please.
So how it works is, let's say if I have my phone, and so each person is responsible for their own authenticator and their own credentials.
Got it.
Right?
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
So yes, excellent. So guys, what we need to do is in the last 8 minutes, we need to create a billing. We need to create a billing alert.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So if I'm the administrator and I created this user, shouldn't I be able to create the MFA account for them? Like, shouldn't I initiate and then they do their part on their phone? Or like, how do I do that from my end? Or does the user do that part?
No, we will do it. As being an administrator, we can either do it through a PowerShell or CLI script, just one script for all of the users, or as being an administrator, we can go to each account and enable MFA. But one thing that we need to remember that as soon as we enable MFA services, there will be extra charges for MFA. So most of the time, not your full company with 500 employees are provided the MFA service. MFA is only provided for maybe the key people, maybe the executives, or maybe people with that has more access. So it can. So going back to your question, yes, it is done from the administration side. We need to enable an MFA, and then the user will do the part on their own end to complete the registration.
How the user will do, because the code we are scanning here, we have to send the code to them.
Exactly. Individually, this is why there was an option of sending email, right?
Okay.
So you can send an email to all the users, and they are responsible for, let's say a user is on vacation. As soon as the user comes back from a vacation, would see that email and they need to enable MFA. So some companies have a policy, all the users have MFA. Some companies only the key people or the executives would have MFA.
Got it.
Okay, excellent, guys. I think the last lab for billing I will share with you on in the group. It's a video lab. So my suggestion is that please complete the lab at least 3 times and review the notes as well. And before the next week, so next week we'll be starting with the new. I mean, we'll continuing with our understanding of all these cloud services.
So please give us access.
Yes, so I am about to give you access. So I think Amin Bhai is not here, but I will ask him. So make sure that you are registered in this training, and that's why I think if you're registered in the training, then you will get access to all of the resources.
But we are the old, like we are registered for three courses. Come on.
I know. So I think there are some new students here as well. So I'm asking everyone if you need. If you have decided to complete the training, then I think your name should be there. But I'll check with Amin Bhai. He needs to add you guys, so he will be.
But at least for the Azure people who are already doing that, you have to give them, please.
No, you already have access, and I'm not sure why you didn't have the access.
No, you just checked my name. It was not there.
I did. I checked it, but you had the access. I'm not sure why it's not there, so I'll make sure that it is done. So I have all of the lists here, and I'll make sure that before the next lecture, you will have the video for class 1, video for class 2, and the whiteboards for class 1, class 2, and the 3 or 4 videos that you need to complete.
Brother Adnan, maybe you can send me the link. I can check.
Okay, I will.
So,
any other?
Do I have access to the new AWS folder, because I was not able to see it? So
see all Azure people not have access.
Okay. No, I don't see the folder. So maybe I have access, but
no, me too. Actually, Atif, me too.
Yeah. So yeah, if you can just share the
I
the
will.
link to the folder, then
Before leaving my chair, I'm gonna make sure that you all have access. Okay.
Great, thank you so much.
I'm doing it right now. Any other question, anyone from this group?
Adnan, how about do we have all the thing from the last class, the Azure?
Yes, of course you have. You already have access to from the last class as well.
So I have this folder that you shared in the thing. It has class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is no 7 and 8.
Okay, just let me check.
So brother Adnan, actually I'll tell you, because I also talked to you about this, and you said no, this link was expired, and then you created another Google Drive where there were 8 videos. That was a different link. That's also, it's a little bit confusing here now.
Yes, so this is the Azure. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All the 8 classes are here. And
for some reason I don't see
no problem.
7.
No. Okay, I know. So that's another old link. So we had some issue with the drive, so we had to create another drive, and the other drive has full access. So in the chat, please leave a message that you need access to both of them, and whoever needs access to AWS. So I'll go through the chat and add your email addresses. Please leave your email address as well.
On WhatsApp, right?
No, here in the chat, Zoom.
So, but Adnan, so altogether we have 8 classes from Azure?
There are 8 classes in Azure, yes.
Okay.
So, yes, total 8 classes, because we spent 1 class for the custom lab.
That is correct, the last one, yeah. Okay, all right. And then, so these 8 classes, videos has pretty much everything. The reason why I'm asking is because if you remember, I missed one of the weekend, and I'm trying to identify which of those classes, which weekend was that,
right.
That I missed.
Yes, so it is very important to go through all of them. Everyone, please do not take this lightly. Cloud services seems simple, but they are very complex when you start working on them.
Right.
Okay. So since we are at the start of AWS, please go through all the labs at least 3 times and the concepts that will really help. Last time what happened was when I provided the custom lab, some of the people were not able to do even simple tasks. And I do understand because this is a new technology, we forget. But if we are able to, I mean, I would say that if you are able to complete the lab 3 times, the video lab, you should be able to go through the custom lab.
Brother Adnan, there was some confusion about, that custom lab which you gave. And, because when we talk about the peering, that global peering, it was like pretty simple that you just define the global share peering. But I got the news from somewhere else saying that it was not supposed to be done that way. It will work that way also, but maybe you need to create a gateway, and then from there you have to do.
Yes. So in doing that, okay, before that, before I answer this, so everyone, we're done for today's session. Whoever wants to leave can leave, and then we will see you in the next lecture. Please review the notes, please review the class video as well, and we'll continue from the next lecture. So I'll be here for the next 10 minutes. Anyone who ever has any questions in this regard.
So, I have one question, but I'll go after Mr. Shakil.
Yes, Shakil. So for your question, yes. So there are few ways to implement peering in the network. Okay. The simplest way is, the idea was since this exam, the Azure 104 exam, it is focusing on the basics of the networks, not the advanced networking, which involves the VPN gateways and connected through VPN gateway or express route, and then you need to do the express route settings. So going back to your question, that there are many ways to do the peering, simple peering and global peering. In the lab, I just wanted to actually go through this. And I haven't provided any instructions. I just gave you high level instructions. So it was your goal to basically troubleshoot and configure the peering, and some of you shared with me the documentation, and you were able to do that after a few hours of troubleshooting. So going back to your question, yes, the proper way of doing global peering is always through express route or site-to-site VPN. But then why you are not able to do site-to-site VPN and express route? Because this is not our responsibility. I mean, as being even a cloud architect, this is not my responsibility to work on site-to-site VPN and express route. You will never work on that. Why? Because there is a network architect. That is a job of network architect. They would provide us just the IP addresses, and we need to set them up in the global peering. Okay, so next time when we do a global peering in a real environment, I would sit with the network architect and ask them, okay, so what is the IP addresses of your VPN gateway from the on-premises side and then from the cloud side? So they would provide me just the IP address. My responsibility is just to create the global peering. So this is why we didn't do the configuration of express route and site-to-site VPN, because that's not our responsibility. And you might think that why is it not our responsibility? Because that involves a lot of networking protocols. So that involves a lot of that thing where you need a CCNP certification or CCIE level certification. And that involves protocols, their IP addressing, and a lot of those things that doesn't come in our domain.
I have CCNA, I have understanding, but now.
So CCNA, CCNA, you're right on the first step, but you still have 1,000 steps to go in order to configure, express route. Right?
Yeah, actually not express route, but I had a discussion with Atif, and he told me like maybe you have to do from a gateway. Like there was a gateway option also there on the top, which I wanted to ask you about that. But he said like maybe we have to configure the gateway, and through that we have to do it. I didn't try it because I couldn't find time. I wanted to do that.
Yeah. So, what I would suggest, this cloud technology is huge, right? So it is better to be an expert of everything that is required by AZ 104 exam instead of jumping onto something advanced. So using gateway will be advanced. Okay, and that will not be your responsibility. So my suggestion is, my humble suggestion will be to become an expert of everything that we have covered in this training. So everything that we are covering, I'm 100% sure when you meet another cloud admins in another place, they would say, oh, you know, I know this and that, and I did this. Have you done this and that? You know, people just try to shatter your confidence. So, but at the moment, I want you to be confident in everything that what we have covered. So if I ask you app services, have you built a website? Have you connected database with the management studio? And have you created a user account and give them access within? So these are the things I want you to be on your fingertips. Literally on your fingertips. So if you're sitting in that interview, you should be able to explain in Azure how many types of databases are there. There is a single database, elastic database, managed instance database. And so remember those diagrams that we went through.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
But it's a very good question. I think this is the same question maybe in with other students as well. Same confusion or same question.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Wow, Miss Adnan, you have a patience, buddy. I've been to some classes, and they will flip it. But you have managed very politely, humbly. I salute you.
Thank you so much.
Now, my question is not a
Yes, please
question.
go ahead.
Since I kind of flung in Azure, I want to keep up with every day, every minute of your training. So next Friday and Saturday, what will you be covering so I can start reading and coming to the class ahead of
Ec2 instances. We'll be working on Ec2 instances and S3 storage. So two things.
S3 storage.
S3 storage and Ec2 instance.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. And about the patience, everyone, it's not just my patience. This is my responsibility as a trainer. You're spending your time, your money, and everything. So it is, I mean, I'm not doing anything extra for this. You're paying for this. So thank you, everyone. And thank you for your attending the class. We will see each other in the next class, inshallah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But Brother Adnan, please give us access.
I am doing that right now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Adnan. Bye.
Thank you. You too.
Maybe just share the new link with everybody. Maybe that the new drive we don't have access.
Okay, I will. I am. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night on your side. It's good afternoon on my side. Wa alaikum assalam, and thank you.
Now I think you have to have a good lunch with this crowd.
Yeah, you guys have dinner as well. I thank you, but it's late for dinner too.
No, it's 7:30, 7:40 in California.
7:40, so it's evening time. Okay,
Evening
good.
time, 7:40 p.m.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.